Alright, let's see. We can do this, put this aside. Be right with you guys. Hang on one second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I had to take something outside so I had room. What up, Runic? What up, Grass? Dan's Homestead, how you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Other Army BS to do? Alright, bud. Henrik, what's going on? Henrik, haven't seen you in a long time, buddy. Where the hell have you been? Don't worry, Grass. We're not going to get it done today, but we will make significant progress on it. And when we do start getting closer to done, it'll be a horizontal live stream. But I've got to get board number 1. So we got to drill these holes. We got to do some final sanding on this stuff, and then get these things assembled, glued up. And then we can get cooking. All right. It is hot as hell today, so it's going to get hotter. That's the inside, so I should be able to do this. Get this kind of sorta up on here. Oh, I need to mark a middle. Sorry. Getting ahead of myself. Sorry, don't yell at me. I need to sharpen that. Morning, Pine. Had to take some time off, go to Denmark. Oh, I got you, bud. I got you. Yeah, that's way better. We're way more important than being on YouTube. Family's got to come first, man. Sorry to hear that he passed away. Remember to clamp your butt joint. Hey, I always clamp my butt, alright? Real progress? Really? We're going to, damn it. I will not accept not making real progress. This is unacceptable. Also, Henrik, if you didn't know, I've got Turner playing on the laptop right now. Rat bastard better not try to copyright me, because I don't know if you guys can hear his audio or not. But he's live. He's doing some fishing. part 132 of 256 video series. What's up, Alan? How you doing, buddy? Just milking those watch hours? Listen, Linda. Janelle, how you doing? Just wait till I build the coffee table. That's gonna, take 14,000 hours to build. It's gonna be a lot of sanding. Sanding. Copyright police just joined the chat. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Hey, I am. It's awesome. You guys are great. Never knew that I'd get so many people who'd like to watch me goof off all day. You guys are awesome. I guess I need my pencil. I'm gonna have to start making some proper videos. Here shortly. Yep, too far over. So I need to be about there. Okay. 14-hour live today. We might have to do a 48-hour live. So you'd watch the working portion for a change? Well, hell yeah, Janelle, thanks for coming in. We're going to do a little bit of work. At the absolute bare minimum, this will be assembled today. At the absolute bare minimum. Alright, that gets me extremely close. Let's move it over just a bit. Ten, 15 more. A wood lathe? So I don't have a lathe yet. What I would suggest, Jacob, is talk to My Honey's Handmaid. His name is Steve. He's a lathe turner, or a lathe worker, or whatever you want to call it. So I am going to have Steve give me safety tips on how to use a lathe when I get mine. So, all right, let's drill some holes, shall we? Check them out. There's a lot of other makers that do lathe work. Steve is just one that is in the chat, or at least was a minute ago, and one that I know does a lot of lathe videos. I don't know what his at is, but it's probably, if you just search for at, like, My Honey's Handmade, you'll find him. But it's a good thing I double checked that. I made this a half a slot too big. Well, in the wrong direction. And then I had to make it a half slot bigger. Still a lot of okay. That should do her. Guess we'll find out if I mess this one up. I should have finished them all the other day. I only had to drill this one last hole. Well, these last couple of holes here. This board here. Awesome. Awesome. Hey, Taco, thanks. I appreciate it. Took a beginner's. Oh, yeah. So canvas is a little different than your typical painting, huh? Son of a bitch, I think that's gonna fit. Let's just make sure that fits in there. Beautiful. We'll have to do some persuading to get it through there. But we got to do some sanding, so let's clean up all this junk. Then we're going to do the super boring part of finish sanding all of the leg pieces, and then we're going to beat them into submission and get them to work out right. So let's be honest, that's kind of how we roll around here. Let's get all this cleaned up. Oh, I forgot to put my drill bit in there. You know what, Runic? I think that applies to a lot of different crafts and just life in general. I really do. I'm a firm believer in you can't get better at your craft if you don't explore your craft. You'll reach a certain point and that's it. That's all you'll ever be, is that good. I'm a very firm believer in that. I mean, and it applies to, yeah, Janelle, it's like building a bigger expressive vocabulary. Yep. And I think it applies to, I'm going to move all this stuff off the table so I can clean the sawdust off. But I think it applies to just every aspect, every craft, every trade, every whatever. All of it. So, for those of you who don't actually look at my channel other than click the go live, you know, when I click the go live button, if you didn't know, I had Brian from the Vineyard Farmhouse. He came down to visit me yesterday. We hung out for a little while. Took him up to my lumber yard. Got him some stuff that he can play with on his lathe. I dipped into my pile over here on the wall a little bit. Got him some good pieces that he can use in that lathe work. And we had this idea about building projects, not everyone is at a point where they can do things like this bassinet, right? And blame it on Brian. Make cornhole boards. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I've got a set started right there. I'm gonna make another set. We're gonna go from scratch and do another set. What am I making? We're starting assembly on this. We're gonna get these the base for this sanded and assembled, and then we're gonna start working on the rest of it. Turner's a carp eater. Did you get a carp? I don't know. He's still standing around over there. Fucking Eric the dork. Anyway, so not everyone is at a point where they can do things like this bassinet, for example. And it doesn't people might enjoy watching it get built, but not everyone is even remotely close in skill level or ability or confidence that they could actually do it. More boring than the floor with nothing on it. Right? So, the idea is, what if I put out some videos, some like down and dirty videos, do some projects that have minimal joinery, just slapped together with either nails or screws, just, this is a project. You made this, now you can move on. And then do an entire series, in theory, all right, where, okay, we started with a screwed together stool, right? Now we're going to move in and we're going to do, maybe we won't use screws this time. Maybe we'll use dowel pins, right? And use that to fasten it together. And then just slowly start bringing in other techniques. And then, I'll have 10 stools sitting around here, but it is what it is. And then do another project, like building a shelf. Just slap a shelf together. Building cornhole boards. Just down and dirty. Here you go. Punch some screws in it. You don't have to make it look pretty. It just has to be assembled. What do you think? Like beginner kind of courses, things, I guess. Not courses, because I don't do the course thing, but beginner kind of builds. Something to get your feet wet. Because if you don't have any experience or any confidence in your ability, you jump in here and start doing something like this. If you fail or you hit a point where you're not getting something right, you're never going to pick this hobby up again, and that's detrimental to the hobby. Francois. Yeah, something like that, Now, I had kind of started something like that when I did, way up there, I did that little down and dirty, like, letter carrier key holder thing, or letter holder key holder thing, but, Francois! Fucking hell. Oh my. Alright, so this one is one. I got to figure out how to mark these so that I don't mess up their orientation and which number they are. So we're going to do this. We're going to put a yellow line on this one. And that's front forward facing. A yellow line in there. So those two yellow lines line up, and I can't sand those off because they're inside the notches. And this one is number 2. And it goes this way. So we'll do it with just silver, regular graphite. Right back with your backup channel. Awesome. What up, Mike? How you doing? Hold the key to some fire AI music. Francois. One of your cats were left out all night? Well, you got to pay more attention to your cats, Francois. Fucking love that name. And living somebody's dream, right? I don't know whose dream it is, but I'd wish they'd move on to the next chapter. Alright, that is 80 grit. We're not doing that. We only have to do, we should only have to do like 220. We should be able to just fine sand everything to 220. Because we were at 220 before, so now all we're going to do is clean up the clamp marks, the pencil marks, any little dings, scratches, nicks that are on here. We're going to jam the vacuum onto here because I want to try to keep it low dust volume in here today. Oh, Lordy. Hey, Francois. By the way, buddy, I checked your account out last night. You doing okay, bud? You doing all right? Oh, did Turner end? Or is my shit just buffering? I'm not touching it. Alright, we're going to do some annoying stuff. What the hell happened there? Look at this. This is what my computer's doing right now. Look, I got this going on. Because I can't have chat up and a full screen vertical, I guess. I don't know. Turner's missing him. Oh, he's in his truck. All right. Hey, hey. My chat froze. Sorry, I had to get my Turner jam back on. Oh, it's got to be him. I'm gonna blame him. It's totally not my internet. It's Turner. Careful there, Francois. You're starting to tread a line. Don't want to get too crazy now. I'm trying to get YouTube to pay me to make YouTube videos. So now I get it. An Orbi thing just shoots little gel beads, so that's fine. But be careful. Be careful. For a guy, well, Janelle, that's because it's a woman, right? I don't know. For some reason, women streamers just they bring out they collect. They don't bring it out. They collect all of the worst of the internet. Trying to eat your cat. Well, don't let your cats outside, bud. Simple solution. Keep your cats inside. Now, I get it. My cats used to be outside cats. They'd go outside, come inside, whatever. But since I bought this house here, now my cat, the one that's left, became an inside cat. I think Turner's ending his live stream. I don't know. Oh, yep. No, don't start playing my live stream. God bless it. All right. There we go. Let's get back to work. No! Knocking stuff down. Alright, so I need to wrap this thing up. You have to go out there to eat mice and catch other things. New growth wood is actually that bad. Depends on what you're using it for. Like, in my belief, some of this fast growth wood that we have right now is so this is fast growth wood, right? And I've even got examples down there of even faster. So you have these giant rings. Well, this piece here, this lighter color, is really soft. Now, this is pine, so it's obviously soft everywhere, but this here piece is harder. It's stronger. Yeah, Janelle, I don't understand. These are people that I've been live for 35 minutes. I don't think YouTube will stop me. But this is going to be, in my belief, now somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, if they've got evidence to the contrary. Same pine, right? Different tree, same pine. This one is going to be a little stronger than this one. Look at that. Look how this one grew a lot slower. We got much denser rings, all right, than this one. So this, in my belief, is stronger than that. Now, I don't have any scientific evidence behind it. That's just my belief. So yes, if this new fast growth, it's not even new, this fast growth wood we've got is significantly weaker, in my belief, than old growth lumber. Now, if you're talking new growth like sapwood, then I don't know that I can help you with that. Do I notice it's harder to work with? No. Sapwood, new growth, if you're looking at sapwood, anything that's got sap in it or carries sap is generally, it can just gum your stuff up a little bit. But Francois, I'm gonna kick you out if you don't calm down here, buddy. I enjoy having you here. I understand that you're like 12 years old, but we have a little bit of decorum in here, and I'd like to keep it that way. Okay? Thank you. All right. Now, by the way, sapwood, so if you're looking at like cherry and then you have that lighter strip where the sapwood, it hasn't turned red yet, yes, that will tend to gum your blades up a little bit more than the heartwood. But in general, I don't think there's really a structural difference between the two. Like a strength difference. I think the strength difference comes between fast growth and slow growth. Listen here, SGO. We're going to have this assembled here as soon as I sand it and beat it into submission. Tree killer. Hey, you said you're a tree killer too. Also, I'm a tree preserver. All right? Those boards would have just rotted off in the woods somewhere, doing no good for anybody. It's coming, but it's subtle. Sure, Floyd, no problem. I hope that I gave you proper information and not just some random bullshit, but let's be honest, it was probably random bullshit. I'm sorry. What up, Ricker? I get that done by the time the baby grows up to have a baby. Listen. Alright, I'm going to start working here. We've done enough shooting the breeze. You guys just chat amongst yourselves for a bit. Give me a second. What's wood used for that? This is cherry and maple and black walnut. Hey Brian, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. You're good, Grace. You're you're good, Saving Grace. I appreciate you. It's just happy you're here. It's June 21st. Day late, dollar short. Yes, yes, it is curly. Curly cherry, curly maple. The black walnut is only a little bit curly, only in spots. I should have used better black walnut, but Alan was being all up in a hurry, trying to get me to rush order it. What time is it over here? It's 8:42 there. It's 10:43 here. AM. I probably could wrap this with like packing tape or something and be way more effective than just blue painter's tape, but I could also just buy the proper adapter, but I'm like super cheap and I don't want to. And I'm sure the proper DeWalt adapter has a DeWalt price tag attached to it. Eh. See on the channel you can. I don't know. You're pretty big of a smartass over on Turner's channel, aren't you? On occasion, you give Turner some crap. Yeah. I'll get memberships going. I gotta think of something. I gotta think of something that makes it justifiable for you guys. About smart. Thanks, random. Thanks, buddy. What up, John C? Thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate it. Anyone I missed, thanks for coming in. All right. Here we go. We're looking pretty sharp. I got the points rounded off here. I do have to sand these spots here a little bit because I got pencil marks on there. But I wanted to get all the rounding over done before I jump to that. So we're going to do that right now, and then this one's done. We'll move on to the next one. second. Wipe this one off. Make sure I didn't miss anything crazy. Because once I start assembly, or once I get it together and I start putting finish on it, if I miss the spot, I'm going to be very unhappy. So while I have the sander out, I want to check everything out. Especially where I put the clamp. Looks like I'm doing okay. No pencil marks, no pencil marks. No pencil marks. No burn marks. Alright. There's one that's good. Let's put it over here. We're going to do these feet first, because these are the ones that take the longest. These are big, flat, easy to do things. These have curves and all kinds of nonsense in it. But so where I put the clamp on, you can see that I left these rings where it cut the fibers. That I got to make sure that is completely gone. As soon as I put a finish on that, you're going to see that jump right out at you. And it'll ruin the whole piece. It'll absolutely ruin it. So, let's get some more sanding done. When I put this foam, it's like, I don't know, 3/8 inch foam pad on here, the sandpaper likes to walk off to the side. Just throw it away after that. Oh, you mean if I find a mistake? Yeah, it'll probably go in the burn pile. And I'll make another one real quick. Or I'll try to make one real quick. You grew up in a shop, so it's more fun? Hell yeah, SGO. Hell yeah. Alright. Well, I'm about to be done drinking coffee and grab something a little colder. Because it is toasty. Make sure my chat's not frozen before we get back to sanding. Now, yes, I don't have my mask on for this, but if you look, so I've got a fan blowing air away from me. I got the vacuum hooked up to the sander, and I still have my ceiling fan with the filter on it going. And I don't see any dust floating around here, and there's really no dust on my glasses, so I'm thinking I don't really need to put that mask on. But when I sand the black walnut, I still might put my mask on, because black walnut is some rough stuff sometimes. It can definitely get to me. I don't know about everyone else, but all right, let's get this done. Yep, I am. Everything's well rounded. We got this edge. These are rounded over. The corners are rounded. My hand is vibrating. What's up, Matthew? Raja, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, guys. Hey, Walter. All right, let me catch up on chat a little bit while I let my hand stop vibrating. And we gotta change 220 pads anyway. Yes, walnut is a hardwood. What's up, Victor? Krish? How you doing? Thanks for popping in from India. Hey, I know a guy who's in India. His name is Raja. I guess he was in here a bit ago. So fun and games are taking a lobe of your lung out. Yeah, so I definitely recommend if you're going to do any sanding or any kind of stuff like that, definitely wear a respirator of some sort. Even if it's just a cheap paper mask. My hand feels weird. But I feel safe enough in this environment with the vacuum. The vacuum this thing pulls a lot of air through those holes there. Keeps the dust really, really down. So, is Raja in here? Did I miss him? Oh, there he is. Hell yeah. I knew I missed him. Thank you, Raja. I appreciate you popping in, buddy. A full 3M respirator mask. Yep. So, if you're just doing sanding and you just need a little bit of dust protection, right? I've got this one. I need to replace the filter, but this is a base camp mask I got off of Amazon. All right, and so you get replaceable filters. Okay, so I leave mine laying on the table or hanging, and it gets dust and stuff in there. Or I put it on too late, and then the dust on my face gets caught in there. But I think this kit, this and like a handful of replacement filters was like, I don't know, $25, and it's definitely a help. It's definitely a help, and it's breathable. So like when you breathe out, it's got those little valves on it, so you can breathe through the valves, exhale through those, and then breathe in through the filter. I definitely recommend, even if that's all you do. Like it's worth it. In fact, I'm gonna end up putting it on when I do the black walnut, because black walnut dust will have me coughing for a week if I get any substantial amount of it breathed in. Some people have different reactions with different woods. For me, black walnut, if I'm working with it a lot and I get a lot of sawdust and stuff like on my arms, I'll start to get itchy after a while. But it's got to be a lot. But sanding it'll irritate my throat, so. So another thing you want to pay attention to, so we're only going to 220 on this, because A, there's no real need to go any higher. And B, that's what the finish wants us to be at. The finish I'm going to be using wants us to be at 220. So we're going to follow their recommendations. But even 220, if you're sanding fast, like you've seen me doing on some of those roundovers, you'll get swirls in the wood because you're going too fast, so it's not making complete rotations in a smaller tiny area. You're spreading that rotation out over a larger area, and then you're going to get a swirl. So just bear that in mind. Alright, I'm going to put my mask on. We're going to do this small stuff here. Probably change paper again. We're going to do these, and then we're going to assemble them. Couldn't hardly breathe for 2 days. Yeah. Did I get my lawn mowed? Yes, sir, I did. Well, everything that wasn't swampy. Yeah, a lot of cedar dust is rough. Yep, I agree. Oh, you're talking to Ricker. Okay. Whew. Well, I did get my yard mowed as well. Well, everything that wasn't swampy. I know Ricker's been working on his yard for a while. Getting it all cleaned up, ready to go. Alright, I'm going to put my mask on. I'm not going to worry about changing the filter out right now, but I'm going to wipe that loose dust out of there. So I'm going to get this on so that I can do my black walnut and not have to worry about coughing up a lung all day. Let's get to her. Ugh. I gotta redo my tape. I guess it doesn't like when I dangle it, hang it by the tape. Universal attachment, my ass. Put a damn rubber hose and a clamp on it. I'll have to text my Mac guy, tell him to get me the adapter for it.
Sorry, I'm just showing this off while you, Hey, Bear and the Boss Lady, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Suzanne, thank you. Hey, Heidi, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. We're going to get something assembled today. Very shortly, even. We got to get through all the bullshit sanding first. So this is what we look like. Trying to get it so that the light reflects off of it. This also helps me because if I'm looking here and I see the light catch something that I can't see with my eye, like out here in person, then I know I gotta sand it and fix it. Hubby said hello and have a good night. Awesome. Awesome. He works in 12 hours. Well, good night to him. Or he works 12 hours. Whatever. Either way, have a good night. Appreciate you popping in. Oh. So the end grain of the black walnut beats the snot out of my 220 paper here. So we're going to swap paper. Oh, I can't wait to get this thing assembled. Yeah, that's true, Janelle. That's true. Ugh. I'm about to have to step outside and get rid of some of this coffee I've been drinking. But we've got 2 more things to sand. We gotta sand these. Then we can get these cut down to size and get these glued together. $5K plus members in 2 months. You know, are you talking about that one guy who he just started a channel? Oh, I can't remember his name offhand. He just started a channel. His very first video was like, "This is the building I bought," and like he does like silly, like little things, like the little chick-nick tables and planter boxes and stuff. Grossman, yeah, that's his name. So I think he said in his video, in one of his videos, that his prior job was something to do with marketing or media. Um, but to be fair, YouTube did push his first short out to everybody. Like, they pushed him so hard, it wasn't even funny. He got lucky. Either he used just the right tags, like he knew the secret tags to use, or he got stupid lucky with the algorithm. Um, but then again, also people love to watch. I think people are starting to get away from the woodworker who's got the big shop telling you how to make $1 billion off of a single 1x4. I think people are more interested in stuff like that, like the guy just starting out. He doesn't have a proper workshop. He doesn't have $50,000 worth of saws and stuff. I think I don't know, maybe some combination of all of the above. But he definitely blew up fast. Hell, I'm not gonna lie, I subscribed to him. Like, what do I make? I'm making, right now we're making a bassinet. That's this thing here. This is the stand for it. We're sanding it down so we can assemble it. We're doing the final sanding on it so we can assemble it. But I make a little bit of everything, from cornhole boards to silly little signs to these silly little spiral Christmas tree things to, furniture, cutting boards. This piece of wood up here that you can see the very top of it, that we're going to build a coffee table out of. I make a lot of empty cans. I make some adult jokes shooting the breeze. You're drinking a bush latte too? Cheers. Happy Sunday, Moto. Happy Sunday. All right. I need to step away for a minute, and then I'll be back. We'll get this sanded and start figuring out how to assemble. I also got to bring out a jug of glue because I have a bottle of glue out here. Oh, it's up there. I don't know if I have enough glue in here. All right, so I'm going to run in the house. I'm going to fill my bottle up, and I'm going to hit the restroom, and then I'm going to be right back out here in about, I don't know, 5 minutes. So now it's daytime. I don't have anything up to block me, and I can hear the neighbor's kids out with her dogs. So don't want to cause any problems. Plus, got to go in the house anyway. Just a dab of glue. Yeah, I don't know. It might have been, maybe he hit just the proper tags to get the right algorithm kicked off. I don't know. I really have no idea. Or I upload a ton of videos and then only publish them, kind of one at a time. And it allows the algorithm to kind of figure your channel out. Maybe he did that. I don't know. I have no idea. I wish I knew how he blew up, because that's the secret that I need to know. All right, I'll be right back, guys. You have fun chatting amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, I'm going to tell you right now, I walked out that door, and it is at least 15 degrees cooler in this shop right now. Because I walked out that door, and it's like being in an oven. Nobody cares about you. Go away. Go away. Go find some grass to touch or something. I'm pretty sure I lost 10 pounds just walking out that door. We're gonna shock my liver here. I'm gonna have a bottle of water. All right. Look, actual water. Find some grass to touch. Also, koozie fits water bottles. Just saying, just saying. I got bottle koozies ordered. I found my bottle koozie. It was in the bag. It was on the bottom of the bag. The bag is black. The koozie is like a really dark blue. It's darker than this. And I just couldn't see it. I guess I'm blind. But let's get this last of this sanding done here. Try to turn that fan a little bit so it's more effectively blowing on me. Speaking of touching grass, where's Ernest? He popped in the beginning. He's playing Army today. So he has Army things to do. Alright. Now that I shocked my system into drinking some water, and then re-shocked it by drinking some beer. Touching grass. Alright, let's get this thing sanded. So, before anybody gets all froggy, by the way, I want to make it perfectly clear that I don't have a single problem with Grossman being successful. I'm nothing but happy for him. And possibly a little jealous. So, before anybody goes and tries to start some YouTube bullshit, because that's what fucking idiots do. Nothing but happy for the guy. What's up, Mrs. F? Francois. Yeah, Ricker. It definitely is. Also, hey Turner, thanks for popping in, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, Ricker, I get it though. I mean, for someone to, what I'm going to assume is just got a lucky break. Um, it's definitely can be a little disheartening, but I mean, it is what it is. Good for him. Good for him. No, Wolf. I don't have it set up through like a multi-switch where I turn one on, it turns them both on. I just have to hit the switch on both of them. To go get chicken pat. Fuck, I want chicken patties. Damn it. Maybe at some point I'll pause the stream and run up to McDonald's to get some chicken patties. Keep randomly cleaning things. Okay, so I have to decide if I want to drill my hole for my dowel now or wait. With the leg on it, it's really not going to, with the feet and stuff with it assembled, it's really not going to affect anything. And I don't have the dowel yet. I got to go pick that up. I know I can't put in the lock pin hole until I have it assembled and I can mark where it's going to be at. So, yeah, cleaning your workbench? Is that what she's cleaning, Turner? Also, we're going to put a cap on it, probably a black walnut, but we're not going to worry about that right now. So I think what I'm going to do is I still have to sand these edges, but I'm going to do that with a file, I think, or at least a hand sand. I think we're just going to assemble this, and I'll work on the dowel holes later. Yeah, she did say she didn't want to go to Walmart. That would look like trash. That's hilarious. I mean, she didn't want to go to Walmart. She did say Food Line was okay. Because she wanted to see her bread before She didn't want somebody else to pick her bread, I guess. All right, folks. Shall we get our dowel pins cut? Not dowel pins, whatever the hell you call these things. Or tenons. Let's get everything measured, make sure we get them cut to the right length, because I don't want to have to try to separate them and cut them shorter. Pardon me. Make sure those holes are cleaned out. Yeah, they're cleaned out. So 1.25 inches. So let's go just a little bit shy of that so that I have a little bit of room. We're going to drop it down about 1/16 of an inch. Let's check our feet. Well, let's do this. Let's make sure. I think these are the same depth, but let's make sure. Yep, inch. There we go. So what I could probably do just drive that through there and drive one through there, get that all locked together, and then cut this at the right height, cut both of these at the right height with the zip saw. And then drive this onto that. But it's very hot, very humid. I don't want my glue to set up. Alright, so let's do this. We'll add 1 inch and 3/16. Three, 1 inch. Wait a second. Oh, it wasn't at the right depth in there. I was hitting something. All right, so we'll drop these both down to 1 1/4 inches. That gives me plenty of room. Alright, I was hitting something in there. I'm gonna have to make sure that that's out of the way. Alright, so that's what, 2.5 inches plus 1 3/4 inches. So we will be at 4 1/4. Yeah, 4 1/4. And we'll probably just shorten it a little bit so that I have a little bit of wiggle room. What's up, Tim? Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Anybody who's came in here that I missed, I apologize. Cut this one from that side. What I think we'll do is we'll end up taking the line. We'll cut on the towards the end of the line, so that we end up shortening it just a little bit. Been up for like 10 minutes. You slacker! What the hell you been doing all day? I mean, sleeping, obviously, but still, slacker. What do I do with my 3/8 bag? Look, do I only have the one now? Oh, right here. I left it out in plain sight. Bless it. It's the same wood. No, these ones are maple. This one's oak. Hang on, hang on. Do I have another oak one in here? Nope, I got some maple one. There we go. That one fits better. Oh, that one's got a blowout on it. Fuck it. We will beat it into submission because it's what we do around here. So we do an oak and a maple. Make sure this one isn't messed up. Good deal. I'll probably hit it with the sander a little bit just so that I can get a little bit of wiggle room, because hydraulics is a thing. Yeah. We'll end up hitting it with the sander on all sides, but that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, I'm going to break out the table saw because, I mean, why not? We'll get these cut real quick and move on. What is this random red thing? What the fuck is this? Oh, it's off one of my clamps. That back there. This over here. Oh. Put you guys over here. What up, yo? Mallet time. Oh, I forgot to order that one from Steve. He sent me a link for it. Yeah. So I'm gonna clamp a stop block here. Right about, yeah. Oh, my little quick clamp broke. Stupid quick clamp. Can I use this tiny little guy? I can use this tiny little one. Alright, I'm going to make a little bit of noise here. Apologize, got headphones on. Now would be a good time to turn the volume down. go. And I think what we'll do is we'll put an oak and a you can see, Jesus, you guys are close. You can see these two outside ones are maple, these two middle ones are oak. So we're gonna put one of each in each leg. Because you know, fucking why not? What up, NJ? I'm about to glue. There's no way I found an extra clamp. No, definitely not. And I'm gonna have to glue. I'm gonna have to clamp this with my bar clamps. Although my I need to re-wax this because this is moving like man, it's rough. Now, where are my bar clamps? Oh, they're over there. Big, fucking 6 foot long clamps. Can't even find them. All right, done with the table saw for now. Let's get that thing out of the way. Huh. Put this little random hunk of concrete back in the floor here. Look at this one little, there's one little piece that like broke out at some point, and it just randomly keeps popping out now. Let me make sure my chat's not froze. Because last night my chat would freeze like every 5 friggin' minutes. Pissing me off. It wouldn't even completely freeze. I would see like moderators talk and 1 or 2 other people. And then Turner would be like, he'd be talking to someone, like reading what they said. I'm like, where the fuck is this? I can't see this. I'd have to reload the chat and get it to pop back up. I swear, it was like every 5 minutes. Pardon me. Alright, what I want to do is I want to sand these a little bit so I have a little bit of wiggle room. Not a whole lot. I just want some place for glue to be able to escape, because these are very tight fitting, as we learned on the other one. The oak ones fit really nice, but they're still very tight. So we're going to hit that with the sander real fast. And hold on to it. Man, it made my hand all vibrate. Okay, I think that's where we're going to call it for the day. I'm just fucking with you. What's up, the boy? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. You came in just in time to watch us mess this up. So, this is yellow, yellow to that side. This is yellow, yellow to that side. I don't remember if yellow was 2 or 1. It was not 2. It was 1. And it was that way. It was not that way. It was this way. Okay. So these all go that direction. Hang on one second. I never got a little push on it. Right? Yellow to yellow. So it's much more gooder. Okay. Let's do some. Hey Maya, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. We're gonna bring over my handy little step stool thing that I got going on here. So we got yellow. Pull that down a little bit. That'll go there. Yellow. And then yellow. We need a little piece of wood to smack with a hammer. Maybe this here little piece of wood. We can probably make it work. Probably make that work. Grab my mallet. I need a sturdier piece of wood to smack with a hammer. With a proper hammer, because just in case it doesn't seat all the way right off the bat, we want to be able to beat it into submission with my non-wooden mallet. So, see you, Grass. Thanks for popping in, man. Again, I appreciate it. All right, let's get some glue up in there. Give me just 1 second. All right. I had to make sure. My neighbor's a really nice guy, and even though I put my mower out back, like outside of the fence for him to use anytime, and I told him he can use it anytime, I feel like he doesn't actually want to just go back there and take it. So if I catch him mowing, I like to go out there and let him know that he is allowed to use it. Like, that's the reason it's out there. So, I do want to grab this. I want to just make sure I blow everything out of the hole before I go getting all crazy. And so that goes there. There. And make sure everything. I'm only going to get one shot at this, so. If I split this thing, I'm going to be extremely disappointed. And we're going to go roast hot dogs. Alright, nothing to it but to do it, right? Just making sure that I've got really good glue connect or glue surface in here. Don't want this joint to come apart just ever. So I'll make sure I've got plenty of glue. I'm not going to put that on quite yet. I'm just going to tap this in. Okay. Got a lot of glue came squeezing out. That's good. Means we got good glue surface. Good glue contact. Spread that out a little bit. Get this one tapped in. Let's spread around. If there's any squeeze out, it's fine. I'll deal with it later. But I do want to get glue on here and get this set together as quickly as possible. Okay. This goes on this way. Let's get some glue in there. A little glue up here on this end. Make sure we got full glue contact. This way. Oh. Let's put this down. Okay. Hey, we got contact. We got picked up. No, I know. I'll have to do some light hand sanding there, but that's fine. My working time on this glue is like now. Pretty much I can already feel it getting tacky. Clean board. That hydraulic pressure leak out a little bit. Oh, I need a paper towel. Oh. All right, let's get the clamp. Get that squeezed, clamped. We're going to set this here, maybe. Put a board on the little board on the bottom. And put a little board on the top. Show that. Oh. Lined up. Centered. Centered. Squeeze that side, loosen that, flip it, squeeze it again. I don't like how that clamped, so what we're going to do, clean that glue off, it's smoothed out. I'm going to throw the other one on here. It's not clamping, it's kind of cocking it off to the side. Oh man. Oh man. Add another block up here. Oh no. Oh no. There we go. Oh shit. There we go. Squeeze that back straight. We're going to allow that one to just set up so I can take the clamps off of it. glue out. So the issue here is my clamp jaws on these clamps are not deep enough, so they're squeezing off the side, which is fine. But in this application, what it's doing is pulling everything at an angle towards the clamp. So instead of squared up, they're doing this. So I had to put two of them on there, and that way I can balance it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got glue on my neck. Right, so we're gonna we will have to do some light sanding on the edge here, but it's not a terrible big deal. I did expect to have to. I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, there's one leg glue up. We're going to leave this one sit for a bit, since it's apparently going to take both of my bar clamps, and I don't have any other clamps that are that long. So we're going to let this one set up for a minute. It shouldn't really take long for that glue to start to set, because heat and humidity is a thing when it comes to glue time. We're going to let that sit angled down. But there we are. What's up, Francois? Have fun fishing, Frank. Have fun fishing. I assume that was Frank who said that. Catch a pig. Alright, so we're going to give this a minute. Or a couple of minutes. I'm going to have a drink. It's hot. Hot, hot. It's even hotter outside. Good Lord. I have a drink. My koozie's all wet. Chat with you guys for a few. Yeah. 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 Also, all right, while I'm thinking about it, if you guys haven't noticed, I've been posting, like, sharing videos in my posts page. I would greatly appreciate if you go check out the links that I share, or at least go to his channel and check it out. Right now it's Runic. He's making me a sign with my logo on it. He's doing it in his painting style. Looks really cool. So check it out if you want to get an idea of what it's going to look like, see the process, whatever. He's taken us all the way from start to finish. So we did the design phase, we did the tape phase, and he started the paint phase on Friday. And then right now it's looking an awful lot like USA. So my this will hang from these legs. It'll hang from this end up here and swing right here. It will not hang from like the ceiling or anything crazy. I mean, I guess you could if you really wanted to, but I'm not doing that. It's going to have a proper base. Yeah, definitely check them out. So while we're waiting for this to dry a bit, I will I'll do some, I guess, cleanup on. Is my toolbox so dusty? Is this your house? Yes, man. This is where I live. I sleep right here. I just curl up in a ball, and sometimes I snuggle a bandsaw. Other times I suck on a glue bottle. No, come on, man. It's dusty because I don't have dust collection set up in here. I don't have anything set up in here. This is just a one-car garage that's being turned into a wood shop. A rocking horse? Oh, okay. All right. So, completely by accident, we discovered that since I curved the base here, the bottom of these side panels, you can set that on the floor and rock it. Thought it was my kitchen for a minute. Good lord. Who the hell has a toolbox in their kitchen? Or is it? I mean, I guess there's a fridge. I mean, that's all right. I can see that. I guess. Yeah, some people have toolboxes for like cabinetry and stuff. I've seen people do that. What's up, Hinton? Although to be fair, toolboxes tend to cost more than cabinetry, so I don't know why you would do toolboxes instead of cabinets, but fucking to each their own, I guess. Man, it is toasty today. Toasty. So I can see this glue is already starting to set up. I don't know if you can see it. It's getting yellow. I don't even know where the camera is. I don't know what you guys are looking at, but it's setting up. So it shouldn't be too much longer until I can take those clamps out. Oh, nice, Maya. Nice. Also, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the shout out to it being fancy. As long as it doesn't fall apart, I'll be happy. I mean, we're well past halfway there. We're more like 7/8 of the way there. We got to assemble the other leg. We'll glue that together, and then do some fine tuning on the stretcher, and finish up the bassinet box itself, and we're good to go. Kind of a pro. Well, thank you, Maya. I appreciate that. I think I'm a novice. I think things I do are novice-esque. But tease what it tease. Another leg. Yep. We got this one gluing up. We're just waiting for the glue to set. We got the other one over there. We're going to get it put together. Hi, Il. How you doing? I asked you to whatever. I don't remember. No, it was Runic. I think it was Runic. Runic, he wanted you to let her know that she had, he had stream issues, and while he was trying to answer her questions, it dropped the stream right out. So he wasn't trying to be rude to her. He just was hoping that she would come back. Kind of weird stuff that I got in the fridge. Believe it or not, there's bottles of water in there. It's crazy, I know, but there's some in there. Also in that freezer is a box and with a bag in it of like probably 40 pounds of beef fat that I haven't yet melted down to tallow. I went through, I don't know, probably 30 pounds of it. Yeah, look. Sometimes I like to shock my liver by drinking water. I promise it's not vodka. I very rarely drink vodka straight out of the bottle. Sometimes, but rarely. Between us, a working brain cell. Yeah. It was late. You had to go to bed. Yeah, I get it. You had said something about it was late. You were just popping in to show a little support or something. And then you started asking questions. I feel like Runic really enjoys talking about what he's doing. Sometimes, some of us that are in there don't ask the right questions to get his brain going. Or keep asking the right questions. He does explain things very well, though. Crowdsourced memory? If it wasn't for crowdsourced memory, I'm not sure where I'd be at anymore. Okay, so that's the inside. Actually, looks pretty good. We're getting there. Fucking hell. Yep, sometimes you got to talk to yourself to get the right. If you're gonna have a proper conversation, sometimes you need an expert's opinion. Might as well ask yourself. I promise, guys. I know there's only a handful of you watching right now. I mean, it's Sunday in the middle of the afternoon. Once I'm sure that I can take this off and not have it separate at all, we're gonna pop these clamps off and do the other one. In fact, what I may do is once I take these clamps off, because I have that hole right here, I'll probably put another clamp, one of my other clamps, here to here, and squeeze it down, just to hold it to make sure it doesn't move. But I want the glue to set a little bit. It is setting very rapidly, very rapidly. In fact, like the glue on my paper towels here is already dry. The glue on my mat here is already dry. This glue, the glue on my scraper brush thing here, like you can see it's already significantly drier. It won't take long. Heat and humidity. By the time you're ready to do that, you'll be out in the yard doing something, even if it's wrong. Hey, hell with it. You just had to know before bed. I get it, Maya. I get it. You can't get the brain interested and then be like, all right, well, we'll find out later. Yeah, I think he does. I think everything is airbrush. At least everything I've seen him do is airbrush. Um, and if you go check out, like he even posted some pictures of it, which I'm not sure. I think you commented on it. I'm not sure. He posted some pictures of the current progress. The pictures look awesome. It actually looks better in the pictures than it did on the video for whatever reason. He must have that light hitting it just right or something. Although a lot of cameras, I guess, the video quality isn't as good as the photo quality, I guess. That's probably a thing. All right, I'm gonna grab another clamp. In fact, now I'm only gonna get one clamp in there, so hopefully one is good enough. So I'm gonna use the Jorgensen's. All right, here's the difference between the Harbor Freight and something like a Jorgensen. This bar. This bar on the Jorgensen is significantly stronger, and it doesn't bend as much. Everything else, though, is almost identical. It's just the strength of that bar. So because I need to put, or need to make sure I have a decent amount of pressure on it, we're gonna use these ones that I know won't bend and then end up touching the wood. They're like a tabletop game, like D&D or Warhammer figurines. Yeah, you were hit with the light bulb? Hell yeah. So if any of you haven't checked out Maya, she does, Maya and Janelle will do like co-op painting sometimes. They'll do dual stream, paint side by side. And Maya does, she does a lot of like landscapes. And man, she could knock a landscape out like on a, like, I don't know, postcard size, I guess. She could knock a landscape painting out on that thing in like 5 minutes. Wag, you're weird. So, Wag, what you should probably do is ask your mother for permission to go outside, touch some grass. Don't worry, Wag. We all understood exactly what you meant. Here's the thing: 90% of us that are in here aren't 12. We understand words and meaning. Unfortunately, a lot of us understand stupidity too. Mainly because we have to deal with it every day. I act like I'm 12. Yep. Don't be rude. You came in here being rude. Fuck off. I don't want your goddamn comment or compliment. Whatever the hell you're talking about. Grow up. Guys, some random nobody named Seawag told me to grow up. Hurt my feelings. After he came into my chat making stupid comments about wood like he was 12 years old. Fucking dork. I don't know if I'll ever be able to recover from this. Oh, nuts! That one won't fit in there. Oh, hell. Now I have to use the Harbor Freight one because that's the biggest Jorgensen one I got. balls. I need to take this one off. Get that down. Put this in here. About center. Not at a stupid angle. This is what I mean by the bar bends. Alright, that's the only drawback to the Harbor Freight ones. Now, usually, you're not looking at putting that much pressure on it. But in this case, I want pressure on it. Alright. Let's get the other one taken care of. Wish you had a garage? Oh, I'm sorry you don't. Hey, nope. We're done with that. Hey, Sean, how you doing, buddy? You had a feeling once? Yeah, I had one too. What's up, Rob? How you doing, buddy? Look, look, look. Progress. See that? Progress. All right. Now y'all can hop off of it. We're making progress. Woo. Just throw that on the ground. I'm going to pull that over here so that rests on that. Alright, let's see. No. These ones went this way. Okay, and I have it. So the way that I have these, which kind of was an accident, but it turned out. Oh, you're good, Alan. You're good. This turned out to be a bit of a good thing, but it was entirely by accident. So this block isn't centered on this, but it is almost flush with the inside. So at least you'll know where the inside is and which side is the outside, because it'll stick out more on the outside and looks a little better. And I was trying to think of a way to make it so that you knew which side was in and which side was out. And this, I mean, happy little accident, so. Alright. I guess we gotta, put my finger right in that glue. Son of a biscuit. Grab a couple paper towels, because we're going to need them. Also, if I didn't say it, hey Germany, how you doing? What up, Brian? Welcome back. So that'll go here. This one will go here. All right. Get some glue in there. Get some glue in there. Probably too much glue. We're gonna have a bunch of squeeze out, but it's okay. Scoop some of that out. Don't want to scoop it all out. We do want some squeeze out, because then that means that it's going up the sides of the dowel pin thing here. That's what we want. That bleed off pressure a little bit. This one in. Smear this around so it doesn't run all over the place, at least. The less cleanup I have to do, the better. A bunch more squeeze out. That's good. I want to glue it in here. Get that kind of smeared around. Glue in there. Glue is running down my finger. A little more glue in there. Got some good coverage. Goes this way. Oh, another little, fucking another little piece. Oh, we'll use this. This is fine. Oh, Split it! Yeah! Let's get this apart so I can get that fucking replaced. This cleaned up. Ah. And balance out my hammering. It started going down easy, so I just went to keep tapping it there. I'm gonna have to make another piece quick. That's scraped off as best we can. Entirely my fault. I understand what I did. So, it's alright. It's alright. It's just a little piece. We can remake one. I'm going to glue this one back together so that I have it for a rough comparison. And I can just sort of copy it. It should make life faster. This isn't ideal, but it happens. Big hammer house, yeah. This isn't ideal, but it happens. Because I'm going with the grain, and then I didn't hammer it down. I wasn't tapping it down evenly, right? So I'm going, the grain runs this way, and I got my holes are in line here. And I wasn't tapping it down evenly, so it caused it to split out. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. I figured it was going to happen at some point. I was really hoping it wouldn't. But there was that entire chance that it would. So we're going to just try to clean up as much of this wet glue as I can. We can actually still bond. And then I'll hit it with some light sanding just to get rid of the glue that did soak in. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. Had it been the upright, this part here that broke, or the foot that broke, I probably would have cried a little bit. But it's okay. Alright. Murphy's Law, yep. I want you to know that as soon as I saw it, my instinct to get pissed off and yeet that thing through that door over there was super strong. So, yeah. The only reason that I didn't is because you guys were watching. So, had you not been on the camera, there would have been a hole in that garage door over there. But it's all right. It's all right. It's not the end of the world. And in fact, I think I did cut a third block. I just didn't shape it. I have to look through my stuff up here. Ah. Oh, I knocked my router over. Ugh. Let's take that battery off of there. That doesn't need to be on there. I do have a third block. It's not cut down to size, but it is. Oh, this is the one that had that random knot in it. That's fine. We'll kick it off to the side so we can avoid that random little knot. Sorry, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. We'll do some speed shaping and you threw it in a corner for 16 years. Yeah. Okay. Clean all this shit up so we can switch directions. Put that battery on the charger because that fan battery is probably going to die soon. Put this battery over here. All right. What I do have to do is I have to go inside the house, bounce my head off a wall a few times, take a wicked whiz, and then come back out here and get this block. So if you give me just a few minutes, I'll be right back. All right. You can look at our happy little mistake here. I don't know where the other piece is. That was right here. Don't know what happened to that one, but it's not important. I have the sizing, the shape, and the hole locations. That's all that matters. So, right? It's because I'm drinking water. That's why I split that. Because I'm drinking water. My body was in shock. I really don't know what happened to that big chunk of black walnut, though. Oh, you know what? I think it's these little chunks that are laying here. There's a whole bunch of little pieces here. But it's okay. It's all right. I'll be right back. Give me a whole like 3 minutes. I'll be right back. It's been a growth experience. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. What did I miss? Did I miss anything fun? I think you need another popsicle. 92 there, 98 there. The shop needs a urinal in the corner. Yeah, but if there was a urinal in the corner, I wouldn't have been able to go inside and use the bathroom and yell at myself for being a dumbass. Hey, on the other side of the pond. How you doing over there? I need to get another drink. I want you to know that it is my thing here says it's 89 degrees outside, and I think it's fucking lying to you or to me. I'm pretty sure that if I mixed up a pan of brownies and set it on the back deck, in about 45 minutes I could have some brownies. I'm not even sure it would take 45 minutes. Doing pretty good over here. Thanks for asking, Dunholm. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I had to go inside and scream into a pillow a little bit, but what's up, crappy man? Oh, look at you using that Celsius. We use freedom units here. I'm still not touching it, YouTube. Freedom units. Sorry, I had to. Try it. Let's see. I like brownies. Well, I do too, but then I'm gonna be all excited. Fucking Francois. Oh man. Oh man. All right. Okay. We can do this. We can get this done. So, I've got this to use as a blank. Well, not a blank, but as a pattern. So, we'll be fine. We got this cleaned up. I will have to sand it some so I can get rid of any glue that did dry on the surface. Because glue to glue is not very useful. Glue to wood is very useful. So, we'll be okay. Let's get this stuff moved out of the way. Let's see if we can't just rapid fire one of these things out. Now that we have a pattern to go by. Do I even need it? Yeah, because I need my sander. I need the sander, so let's move this stuff. That all over there. That over there. Move this. Clean this up over here. Get rid of all these. This one didn't get used because I broke my thing like a doofus. Yep, I definitely pulled the turner and broke it. My current project is we're building a swinging bassinet, hanging bassinet. We're assembling the uprights, but I had a small mishap and broke one of the black walnut blocks, and I got to make a new one real quick so that we can get the other leg assembled. Because I need it. I need it. And I got glue all over my mat, which is not good. But it's okay. There. Sorry, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. If you guys weren't here watching, whoop, almost threw that right into a puddle of glue. If you guys weren't here watching, it might have been the end of the world. But Like, I don't. I know I've said it a few times. To the point that it's almost a joke. But I hate making mistakes. And that is something that I work on. Oh, I've been working on it so fucking hard. But it's not an easy thing to... I know mistakes happen, right? It is what it is. Mistakes happen. But things go sideways on occasion. But it is definitely not my idea of a good time. And I've been working on being able to handle that better. Usually, I would lose my mind, start chucking shit. Usually berate myself a little bit. You know, for doing whatever stupid thing it is. So, I'm trying. Kick a walnut tree in my honor. Thanks, Turner. Alright, let's see if we can get this at least close to the right size. It doesn't have to be exact, but it does need to be very close. Because the two aren't going to be, they're not next to each other. It gives us a little bit of leeway on how perfect they need to be. So this needs to be 2.5 inches wide. That pushed out. You want to try to cut this piece off. We're hoping that doesn't go all the way through. It looks like it might come into here-ish, but even if it does go all the way through, we can fill it. So, shotgun, stencil and bandsaw like a lure. Yep, that's why I glued this one back together, so that I can use it as a pattern of sorts. Let's see me shotgun a beer. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. And shotgun a beer. All right. That's enough goofing off. We got some work to do. Now I'm even further behind than I was an hour ago. This should be the right thickness. Yep. So this was a piece that I had cut out of it. It'd also help if I locked my saw in. Good thing you guys didn't watch me not use a push stick. Look, no knot. So the knot didn't come all the way through. Let's go. We don't have to fill it. Is this my hobby or what I do for work? It is what I'm trying to do as a job. I'm trying to make it a job. But I am a mechanic during the day, and you know. Reconnected. Holy shit! It reconnected. Jumped up a bunch of watchers. Must mean it put me in the stream. Alright. So this is stuck together sufficiently for me to trace this and get a rough idea. But I guess this is technically just a hobby for me at the moment. I mean, I do make some money at it. Not enough to be independent, but I do make some money at it. I make basically enough to keep the shop running independently. I don't usually have to put much, if any, of my own money into it. There's Turner over here trying to fight the autocorrect. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this to the table saw, and I'm gonna cut off a good chunk of this waste, and then we're gonna get out the sander, and we're gonna try to work down to that curve, and then I'm gonna have to get out the router and do a round over, which I don't have one chucked up, so I'm gonna have to use that other one as a template to match it. But you'll have to do some yard work. All right, buddy. Have a good one. We'll check you out later. Let's see. One mistake a day is enough. We don't need to make a mistake that costs me a finger or a face. Man, that's stiff. So we got to cut down to the rough trace. So this we'll just work off on the belt sander. And hopefully we get it good enough. So, one of the reasons that I'm trying really hard to work on my disappointment, anger at myself, whatever you want to call it, when I make a mistake, is because A, it's probably not healthy, though if I'm being honest, it's probably the only reason I am the woodworker I am now, is because I'm very hard on myself. But there's no need to teach other people that you have to be hard on yourself. But there is a need to teach people that shit happens. And you just, it's only wood. It's not permanent. It's easily fixable, replaceable, whatever. It's not the end of the world. To have something go wrong. Like, in this instance, everything in this bassinet I have built. I've made it with my own two hands. I have made every part of it. So if a piece of it breaks, it's not the end of the world. I've made it once. I can make it again, right? Does it suck? Absolutely, it does. But I don't want to be the reason there's a bunch of woodworkers out there that are starting out and beating themselves up when they make a mistake. I don't know if any of that made sense or if it was just me rambling to ramble, but yeah, I agree, Turner. And I mean, while there's absolutely nothing wrong with demanding perfection of yourself in whatever craft you have, in this case woodworking, like I was saying, beating yourself up over a simple mistake, probably not the healthiest way to do things. So, something I've been working on. And, as you can see, I didn't end the stream and lose my mind, so we've got to be making at least some progress. Now, would I ever let something leave my shop that is less than perfect? Absolutely not. Not that somebody paid for, but All right, I need a mask because this is going to be dusty, as we've already discussed. Black walnut dust. Oh, fucking people, stop calling me. Black walnut dust gets to me in all sorts of unhappy ways. Alright, so I was getting too into the rotating back and forth, wasn't paying attention to my finger placement. So when I was rocking it, my hand was too far forward. I was rocking it, and my finger hit that 60 grit sandpaper there, which my finger is a lot softer than wood is. So I got a little sand burn there. And I didn't do anything crazy, just a little bit of skin, nothing big, but it was enough that I knew it. Good Lord. So I'm gonna put a little super glue on that. Wow, my freezer is... Damn, my freezer is cold. Should stop that from being an issue. All right. Let's do super chats for band-aids. Yeah. Let's see, band-aids get in the way. Oh, goodness. Listen, if I cut off a finger, A, YouTube will definitely make sure you don't see that. And B, I'm going to be a whole lot less interested in streaming. But it's okay. Just a little sandpaper burn. It's not bad. What happens, so, you know, rocking it back and forth, wasn't paying attention to my finger, went to curl in, caught the sandpaper there. Woodworking is dangerous, kids. Don't do it. Hire a professional. Obviously not me. But if you guys only knew, so here's the difference between woodworking injuries and injuries during my day job. During my day job, I will hurt myself a lot. You know, you get a cut, I broke my hand that one time, or I didn't break it, I chipped some of those little bones back here. But things happen. It is what it is. But honestly, kind of think that the day job toughens you up a little, probably a little too much. Alright, so we've got this. Now we need to need to do a round over on 2 sides, and then no, I wasn't. I was sanding this. No, when I hurt my hand, that was at work. My day job is I'm a mechanic, and I had a transmission. I had a transmission on a jack, on a transmission jack, and I had my hands on it, and it rolled. And when it rolled, it pinched my hand between the transmission and part of the frame, kind of folded it back. Just chipped a couple of bones. It wasn't a big deal. You're a service rider? Hey, Dot, listen, no offense, but I'm just kidding. Now, my service rider, he's not bad. It's not terrible. I said it so casual. I mean, I get hurt. It happens. It's not the end of the world. I've broken a foot, or some bones in a foot. Broken a finger. I get cut a lot, burned a lot. Burns happen. Like, they're probably the worst. And the environment isn't exactly clean. You know, nobody ever cleans all the grease and dirt and nonsense off their vehicle. Wipe some dirt on it, it'll be fine, right? So way back when I was flat rate is, you know, a job pays, let's say brakes pay an hour. That's all you're getting paid to do that set of brakes is 1 hour. It doesn't matter if it takes you 20 minutes or 4 hours. You're getting paid an hour, right? That's flat rate. So you didn't get paid for lunch, which means like I'm there. I'm already taking time out of my day to be there, so I'd eat a sandwich or something while I was underneath working on a vehicle. Grubby hands and all. Probably the reason I don't get sick very often. Yeah, I think, wasn't yesterday the first day of summer? You know, like 95 degrees outside. Although right now my thing says it's 90 outside. All right, so I got to do a round over. And I have the bit right here, which is very convenient. So, chalk this up. I'll put the clamps on here. Let's make sure this battery's good. I'll put the clamp on here, give it some stability, and I'll do the round over. Don't do things I do, kids. It's bad for you. YouTube, I don't know how many more disclaimers you want me to do so that you like me, but... Ugh. Man, when I put that bit in there, I really put that bit in there. It's hot, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely hot. Hey, what did I do? Never mind. Found it. Found it. Also, I want you guys to look at something here. So every router bit, all right, most of them, they're painted or they're blued or something, right? And then they stop paint or bluing at a certain point on the shank. This is the shank. All right. When you're putting, see, here's one that was blued. All right. So when you're putting this into a router, into a chuck, don't just clamp the top of it, right? Run it right up to that line, or really close to it. That way you've got the full grip, and you're less likely, like if you're just gripping it down here, it's more likely to grab and bend. All right. And when these things bend, and they're spinning at 10,000 RPMs or whatever you've got it set to, some of them can get up to, 30,000. That's when bad things happen. So I know it's tempting to, oh, I need it to be out just a quarter of an inch and this bit will work. Don't do it. Get the proper bit. All right, a router is already dangerous enough. You got this tiny little sharp blade in there spinning at Mach Jesus. Just be smart. And if you're not going to be smart, the least you can do is put it on the internet for me to laugh at you. Probably about there. It's really hard to judge my angle in here because everything is already shaped, but I think about there. Emily, no, this is for a buddy of mine, Alan, double A in the chat. This is going to him. This is for his granddaughter. It's his, I believe it's his first granddaughter. So I wanted a reason to build a piece of furniture, and I conned him into letting me build a piece of furniture. Will I make another one for sale later on? It won't look like this one. Absolutely not. Not to mention, I only generally will make a one-off piece of furniture. It might be similar, but it will never be the same. If I got somebody to pay me enough money, I would make them one, but it wouldn't look like this. Because I've already hurt myself, we're going to go ahead and give this thing a lot more stability. Even though I only need to run two lines on it, we're going to run the 2 lines on that side. Oh, you're in Oregon? Janelle, I thought you were in Washington. I'm sorry. But this style, patterning, everything about this, without, exception of the general shape, there will only ever be one with my name on it. So, what's up, Wesley? And it'll be Alan's for as long as he keeps it. Let's turn that speed down a little bit. Don't try this at home, kids. Of all the tools in my shop, the one that I am most scared, I guess, of are these. I know it may not look like it. I know it may look like I do a lot of stupid stuff, and I do. I do. I do take a lot of chances. I've also been doing this for a very long time, so my comfort level is significantly higher than it was when I started. But the router is the tool in my shop that I'm most afraid of using. It's the one that can cause the most damage the quickest. It's not a clean cut. It tears stuff. It tears skin, flesh, bone. It doesn't matter what gets caught in it. And like a saw can do some damage, right? You can cut a finger off, okay? A router, it grabs and walks, and it doesn't cut, it tears. So you might get your hand caught in it, or you know, you might catch it with your finger or something, and next thing you know, you're all the way up to your elbow, right? It's the most dangerous tool in this building, in my opinion. So small, so unassuming, doesn't look dangerous, but it can do the most damage. It's like, what is it? You can have a finger sewn back on, right? If you're quick enough, right? But having, you know, your arm, your hand mangled, that's not good for anybody. And I'm pretty sure that's, I mean, I'm not a doctor or anything, but it'll peel anything it gets a hold of. Skin, flesh, bone, it doesn't matter. You got to figure that blade is in there spinning anywhere between 5,000 RPMs and some of them up to 50,000 RPMs. It's very dangerous. Maybe time to call it a day. No, it depends on the bit, I guess. Like how big your bit is on there. It can do a lot of damage. All right, I need my this. All right, we got to get a center line on here. Actually, can I use this? No, because I need a. We'll use that in a minute. I need to get a center line drawn. I know the internet is full of accidents and those kinds of things, but try not to do anything stupid. Don't hurt yourself. Two and a half, inch and a quarter. Is that middle? Doesn't look like the middle. That's pretty close. This piece is slightly wider than inch or 2.5. I mean, like 1/16 wider. So we're gonna move this over just a hair. Okay, so got a center line. Yes, Maya, that's what I was looking for. It'd be much harder to fix. Much more likely to be a permanent issue. mean, I'm not saying that losing a digit wouldn't be a permanent thing, but anyway, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's move on to fixing this, because this is much more important. Okay, so that's got to get moved over to right there. Right there. So here's what I'm looking at. If you can see right there, there's that little mark. That's the center line. So I'm just lining that mark up, keeping the piece flat against the front, and lining that mark up. Wish I had wish I had light. Lining that mark up with that. Right. Yes. Yes. Let's do happy thoughts, shall we? Let's do happy thoughts of this one isn't going to break, right? Right, Janelle? This one won't break. Sorry, Janelle, didn't mean to gross you out. Didn't mean to gross anybody out. I mean... Alright. So, I need my drill bit, which I didn't put back in there. I put somewhere else. There it is. Stupid glue. Okay, glue all over my fingers. It's been a long time since I had glue all over my hands. At least on camera. Oh, that's right. I gotta change my chuck. Theoretically possible. Yeah. Modern science or modern medicine is very advanced. Mm-hmm. Right in the face. So, we got one slot drilled. We're going to drill the other one over here. Everything marked out. Then we got to do some sanding. See if I can see my holes in here. We got to do some sanding, and I think I'm gonna just try to open these up a little bit, like roll up some sandpaper, try to open that up a little bit so there's less stress on it. That's much more gooder looking. And this So we need these two holes right here. This one. There we go. I mean, they need cleaned out, obviously, but we're there. Let's make sure they actually line up. Hey, look at that, they line up. Alright, gotta do some sanding. Get that taken care of, get it shaped out proper, but thanks, Maya. That is, yeah, I'll put it on there. That plastic shouldn't be susceptible to that small amount of heat. If I can hold it, it should be. Clean this out. Get rid of all the like little fuzzy bits that are in there. There we go. Got her opened up. Doing pretty good. So we're gonna jab some sandpaper in there real quick. We're gonna open that up a little bit. I don't want to open it up too much, but I do want to open it up a little to release kind of some of that pressure. So we can avoid having it split out. Hey, old path, how you doing, buddy? Things are bound to be slightly weird. So we're just going to run some 80 grit through these a little. Hopefully it has the desired suck in while you're playing with fucking. There. That should have opened it up a little bit. Not much, or not enough to, you know, ruin it, I hope. But enough that we can wiggle these things in and not really worry about it. Alright, so. And I'm doing it with the maple one because that one seems to be a little fatter than the oak one. Alright, so I do want to open this one up just a little more on this side. Should help if I rolled my stuff over proper. This is something that I should have done. Oh, my fan died. This is something I should have done on the last one. Probably would have had it split. Wow, it got hot quick. As soon as that fan died, that air not moving, man. Oh boy. See, if Old Path would have been in here before, he could have told me that I needed to open this piece up a little bit. I'm going to blame Old Path. Spin on that thing. Right? Okay. Should be good now. Now you get the sander out again. You do some sanding. It's a good thing it's right here. Somehow I got the cord wrapped up in just every damn thing. Okay. I gotta run in the house real quick. So Instagram account. I don't have an Instagram account yet, but this will all be on my channel. This entire build will be posted from start to finish, and I will put up final like pictures. They won't be staged up real pretty or anything, but they'll be, sitting here somewhere, so everybody will be able to see it. And it won't be done today anyway. Maybe next weekend, hopefully. But thanks, Emily, for coming in and hanging out. I appreciate it. You're awesome. I'm going to have to run into the house. I'm going to let my dog out real fast. Probably take another whiz while I'm in there. So, yeah, I mean, there's already a playlist. I haven't put all of them on, but when I made the playlist, I put everyone that I had on it, with the exception of one. The exception of one. But that one wasn't too terrible. No, it won't be done today. There's still a good bit of work to do on that piece there, and then the stretcher, we've got to do a little bit of work too. So I'm hoping that tomorrow I have a lot of stuff ready for finish, to put finish on, at least on the uprights and stuff. And then hopefully next weekend everything's ready for finish work. Alright, I gotta run in the house real quick. Give me just, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes. Okay? Because my dog, sometimes he likes to walk around the yard. But give me just a few minutes. You guys can, I don't know, look at this prettiness right here, I guess. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. I want you guys to know, it is stupid hot outside. In case you didn't know. Thanks. Thanks, yes. Trying to do chores and pay attention? Oh, Lord. So, I tried. I don't think my channel's big enough. But I tried Cool's website. The like DIY what up, coffee? The DIY like install it yourself AC thing that you put on the wall. They've got a thing for social media. You just fill out the little thing, and they'll give you a. I guess you make a video, and they give you a thing. And I tried, but I don't think my channel's cool enough for it. So, either way, I'm thinking that I'm going to have to get one because it is hot as hell in here. Or at the very least, put a window unit in that window right there. Alright, let me grab my mask. Let's get this thing sanded. Let's try to assemble it again. Look at that. We made a second one. Ignore that little tear out up here. It doesn't matter. It's hidden. Because there's going to be a thing up there, so it doesn't matter. But we got a second one made, sanded. And I don't know how long it took, but probably a lot less time than the first one did. Shout out from a carpenter, creator, artist from sunny South Africa. What's up, Dale? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. Hello from Pennsylvania. A fluorescent light vendor to our group would be cooler if you had one. Yeah, it would be. It would be a lot cooler if I had one, huh? Was that a pun? Also, this thing, fucking magical. Magical. Burns through a lot of air, but what am I building? I am building a rocking bassinet. So there's the bassinet. Over there, right here, right there is one of the uprights. And we would have the second upright glued together, but I broke the first little block. So we had to make a new one. We broke it, and then I glued it back together so I could use it as a template. Yes, Rumpelstiltskin. Yes. Crib, bassinet. I don't know. To me, they're all the same thing, but I guess they're different. Appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out with me. Keeping me sane when I made a boo-boo. That was worth everything right there. Alright. So I do need to put one of these down to cover this edge at the very least, so I don't damage my upright. Now I've got to do a little bit of sanding on this to get rid of some of that glue that set before it, I could get it scraped off. So we can do that real quick. I'm just gonna let it fucking exhaust into the air because why not? Alright, I need to take some sandpaper here, put down in here where I couldn't get. Now, if this one breaks, I'm done for the day. I'll be 100% finito for the day. I actually think this one is at a little bit of an angle. I don't think it bottomed out proper. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to sand the side down a little bit because I don't want it to be pushing towards the weak part of the board. I need to trim this side up a little bit. It is at a bit of an angle. It must not have bottomed out. So that could very well be the reason the last one split, or at least part of the reason. Alright, I need to sand a little bit down here. Oh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Skadios! Alright. Which one was it? This one. Oh, I can see the bump. Okay. Think we're about ready. Hey Ray and Sandy, how you doing? Dale, Janelle does mostly painting. She does like watercolor painting with does like little pebble things. Needs more elbow grease. Yeah. Well, that was a problem with the last one. A little too much elbow grease into it. I don't want these to be sloppy, but I also want to minimize having it blow out on me. Yeah, right. A little bit warm. Right now, according to my thing over there, it's 92 outside. All right. I think we're ready to go. I do have more black walnut if I need it, but I really hope I don't need it. I'm gonna have a drink, I think, before we start doing this. Because after that last one, I'm kind of stressed out. So, like, you say 97? Say 97? Good lord. Logically, I know this one is going to fit. All right, but give me a second to grab a drink, gather up all my glue making equipment. You were 94 at noon? Yeah, I believe that. We've been steadily going up. I think we were at 70, 72, 73. No, maybe we were closer to 80 at 9 a.m. this morning. I don't know what I did. There it is. Get my footy foot. Oh shit, I lost my marking now. Is that one center? Or is it that way? I think that way is center. That way it looks much more center. Yep. Alright, so it goes this way. Thanks. Thanks, Alan. Is Steph in here? Oh, hey, there's Steph. Mulch for a little bit and jump in the pool. Hell yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, nothing to it but to do it, I guess. Let's see if I can't pick out some of this sort of dried glue here. Get the globby stuff out anyway. The silicone brush is really nice because the glue will just peel right out of it, but usually only peels out of it when it's dry. When it's in that like sort of tacky dry-ish state, you just got this skin that's in there that's kind of annoying. All right, let's do it. Proper glue coverage on this is going to be even more important because I already have some glue that had set. So even though I sanded a good portion of it, I know that I didn't get all of it. Which means I'll be gluing some glue to glue. that down. Oh shit, what do I do with my hammer? There it is. Another little block of wood. Actually, you know what? I could probably stick that right to this. Yeah! Look at it. No fucking split. I mean, I gotta do a little glue cleanup, but you know what? I'm fucking okay with it. No split. So, I do kind of want to throw another clamp on there just to make sure. A little piece of wood. Not convenient. That's a little piece of wood. Oh. Leave this kind of rest right there. Would that be acceptable? Can you fucking do that for me? Maybe I just kind of... Wait, I have a different idea. Another idea. I got a bajillion little pieces of wood laying around here. There we go. Now she snapped in proper. Get in. You get over here. you come here. Damn it. Oh. I don't want to skip the part where I put it under a lot of pressure and make sure that it's seated. All right. We did it. Awesome. Awesome. Hey, Nicole. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Long time no see. That's super stressful. We don't need instructions. Tonight, you mean after 8, Ray? Yeah. You know what? We may start our after 8 chat before 8. Hey, Tommy Benson, how's Philly? Oh, I remember you. I remember you. Hey, Michael. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Michael, we did one. We got one assembled. Went to assemble this one. Had a minor mishap where I broke this piece. Almost lost my cool. Almost. Almost. I didn't. At least not in public. Yeah, I'm hoping finishing is... I hope next weekend to have everything ready for finish. That's my goal. 95 plus all week. Yeah, Nicole, that seems about right. That's what we're running here. We got this heat warning thing going on. Roll this over. Make sure I don't have any glue running anywhere all crazy over here. All right. Yeah! Would you just look at it? I can't lift it up any higher because I slam it into the ceiling. But would you just look at it? Well, I do see a little bit of glue here that I need to try to get to. There we go. That's a little better. Seeing smoke coming from his ears. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. When this one split, I was very, very angry and disappointed. But everything's fixable. It's only wood, and we made a new one in I don't know how long. Super quick compared to the first two. So, I mean, and now I have this template deal. If I ever want to do this again, which I'm fucking not doing that again. This detail is a one-time thing. It'll never be on anything else that I ever do. Ever. Ever. I lie. It'll be on something, I'm sure, but not right now. We've got legs glued up. I got to do a little bit of cleanup, obviously, because some of the glue squeeze out, but that's all hand sand stuff. That's easy. Yeah. So then we gotta drill our dowel hole up here for the basket to hang from. Once that is in place, then we can drill our lock pin hole. And then these are done. They're ready for finish. I'm not gonna put the feet in yet, obviously. But oh, and we're gonna put a cap on it. I forgot about that. I'm sorry, I forgot. We're gonna put a little black walnut cap on it, but it's non-structural, so it'll just be glued right fast to it. So they messed up your order at Smithfield. After they had to slip in the house and smash something. Yep. About an hour ago. The ripple in the matrix. I thought I maintained my cool very well. Thank you. All right. All right, now all the hard parts are done. This is it. Everything else from here on out is just easy. It's easy work. It's good. It's good. Everything is now assembled. All we have to do is cut the notches for the wedges in our tenon. And then do clean up on this, put our cap on, drill our holes, right? Put our pins in. And do our final work on the box. Put a base in, slather it with some hard wax oil, or hard wax oil. Yeah, hard wax oil, and have a great time. And then we get to see if I'm delivering it, or if FedEx is gonna be trusted with it. Because I sure as hell ain't trusting UPS with it, or the Postal Service with it. Yeah, it is going to tie in very well, I think. I mean, that was the only reason I did it, or I wanted to do it. It's because there would be no black walnut here except for the knob and the wedge up here, but and the cap. Damn knows what slathering is. 3 years later, still not done. No, this is going to be done. I want this done by next weekend. That's my goal. I want all the work done between today, tomorrow, because I'm off tomorrow, and then my Tuesday stream after I get out of work, which I wasn't planning on doing any woodworking on Tuesday, but we're going to. But Thursday. And then Saturday, and if I have to, I'll do a Sunday stream too. Yeah, I wanted to stream yesterday. I wanted to do more than two days working on this weekend, but yesterday I had Brian come down. He hung out with me, or we hung out most of the day. And then when he left, it was stupid hot, and I was like, well, it's like 4:30, 5 o'clock. I might as well mow my grass and get that knocked out, so I don't have anything else to do for the rest of the weekend. At least during the day. At night, I got the house to clean up. But and then Friday, I did that fire pit for Steph, which was awesome. It was a lot of work. I don't know how many tons of material I moved around by hand, but I know that the ring to go around the fire pit, like area where all the gravel is, that was about 1,600 pounds total. Plus, you got 4 tons of gravel, and I moved probably half of that. Put 2 tons of gravel in the fire pit circle thing. Not to mention all the dirt that I had to move. Yeah, I'm figuring that I probably moved 4.5 tons worth of shit on Friday. Man, I was tired. You'll be going live today at 6? Hell yeah, Old Path. I'm going to try to make it into your live. If not, I'll put you up on the laptop anyway. Just because I like to support you guys. And I know that I overlap a lot of you guys when I'm doing my all day long streams. And I feel really bad about that. So I got to try to support you guys where I can. I'm taking a break right now for a minute. I'm having a beer, fucking relaxing for a second, because this second one was super stressful. Okay, my last, I don't know, 2 hours, I have been super stressed out, just wondering where this was going to go wrong again. Charlotte can sleep on the floor. Laser etching of the logo. I'll be honest, the first one I did came out like crap. So, I haven't had a chance to get a second one running yet. But I did write down my settings that I had. I just need to change them. I am actually super behind. Now, I don't do any of that logo etching, any of those pictures on any of the other 2 lasers, only this one. Because this one is the one that I used the most, and I know how this one works. But if I used the giant laser, I could probably have all of my shit done all at once. Oh, I understand, Grumpy. I understand. Shotgun beer! Also, I'm not touching it, YouTube. I don't know where it went, but I didn't touch it. Yeah, you're good. You're good, Michael. I'm so far behind on shit. Particularly giveaway stuff. I gotta get that shit sent out. I did package up. I was waiting on another email, which I never got. I did pack up these things that I was sending out to 3 of you, I think. But I was waiting on an email tonight. I just picked a random color for that guy. I'm going to drop those off tonight in the bin. So they should be on their way tomorrow. The NASCAR race is rain delayed? Awesome, Michael. Awesome. I need to get stickers made. I'm not going to make any. I'm just going to order some online. Like, I've got the Cricut thing. So, I got to get some stickers made up. But I'm thinking about doing stickers in a different logo design. I have a second design that I want to use. That's not so wordy. So, yeah, I remember you, Tommy. I remember you, buddy. How's Philly? or the outskirts of Philly. Well, don't retract them. You sure you do 3-inch? There's a Cheez-It sponsored NASCAR. Tommy. Yes, I remember you, buddy. I remember. I remember. Good. Good. I'm glad you're doing well, bud. I'm glad you're doing well. What's the temp like over there on that side? So we're going to get your sublimation equipment? Oh, you have a bad connection. Okay, I get it. That's fine. Another 30 minutes at least? Oh, yeah. That means you got 30 minutes of hanging out with me. So, if you guys haven't seen them before, I have one here. So, this is how I was doing my old stuff, right? Like this. Right? But I changed it up now. We do it this way. So on light colors, you get the black. And then on dark colors, I just turn the black into white so that the dark color is still the filler color. Like, I think this looks a lot better than this. And when if you get a shirt with my big ass logo on it, this is sticky as hell. That big chunk of, I don't know, ink or whatever the hell this is. That's sticky. Especially when you're sweating. It's stuck to you. So the new one has less ink, more cloth, I guess. It's a little more breathable. That's what I tested it out with some long sleeve t-shirts. And I really like it. It's working out really well. I don't wear the long sleeve shirts anymore. Not right now, but alright, so I got that squeezed down. That one is still squeezed down. Where can I set this now that I got it all goofy? Because I guess what we could do... I should 2x speed. I guess what we could... Hey, Wayne, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Final transfer? Yeah, they are. Yeah. I guess what we could do is we could start getting the wedges taken care of. So, let me find a place to put this thing where it's not going to fall over or cause any issues. Especially since I have the big bar clamp on it. Oh! Why don't we set this, jam it in back here. That should hold up good. There we go. I didn't just screw that up. I just wanted to reposition this clamp since it was all weird. So my floor, I gotta put a dehumidifier out here. My floor is damp. Hey, see you, Dale. Have a good one, bud. Thanks for popping in. Tell Max I said hi. I am, Nicole. I got a box over here. I got a box with a bunch of random little pieces in it. Come on, Alan. We can put a family crest on it if you've got one or have one made. I can put a family crest on the stretcher. I can put it on an upright. I can even put it on the inside of the upright, so it wouldn't be facing out. It'd be facing in towards the bin. The Turner big box, the Turner box bigger. You mean the box that I have at Turner's? One of these days you'll get a random box in the mail. Tim, yeah, I think Turner, he still throws random shit in there for me. That reminds me, I gotta Cash App him. Can't remember what I had to Cash App him. I'll throw him some bucks. It'll be alright. Alright. Well, why don't we work on that? What do you think? We got time. Might as well. So I have to change the angle of that. Why is my floor wet? I think it's because of the humidity in here and the floor is cold. It's concrete. Like you can see, it's real dark. It's just damp. How long am I planning on being live tonight? I don't know. So we need to be... We need to be somewhere more around 5 to 10 degrees, not 15 to 20 degrees. You know what, if I put a block of wood in there, then I can get this to sit proper, and I know I can get it to be at 10 degrees where I want it. Hang on, I know I've got a block of wood around here somewhere. There we go. I guess it'd probably work out better if I had my pencil. And you guys would probably be happier if you weren't looking at my stupid back. That is the angle that I need. We were at about a 17 degree angle. We need to be more at a 10 degree angle. I did some poking around, and I learned a little bit more about these wedges. So anything over a 10-degree angle tends to loosen all on its own. Oh yeah, I got a dehumidifier. I'll just dump it right into the pit right over here. There's where all my electrical and stuff comes in right here. My hose, all that. So there's a pit there with a drain that goes out into the yard. What time is it in my time zone? It is 4:04 p.m. Prime. Matthew! What up, buddy? And then I need to make a 90 degree. So right about here, which I can do with a square. I don't need to get all froggy with that angle finder. Oh. And we're going to put a substantial sized wedge in here so that it doesn't break apart. We'll be back at 8 my time. All right, buddy. I may still be here. That's usually when the trolling starts. Or well, at least when we start having fun. Went to the casino, walked out with money. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Good job, buddy. Good job. So I'm going to do... There was a mosquito right there. You guys see that? Christina did better than you. I believe it. I believe it. So let's see. Can I get this line to continue over? Please go over here. This one. Please go over here. And then we will carry this line over. Connect the dots. Oh, how convenient. I already had it there. Good deal. Good deal. And then this one, we go from there to there. Now, probably the simplest way to do this would be with a router, and then just clean up the sides with a chisel, right? What's the progress? We got both of those glued up. Look at it. 1, 2. I broke that block in the middle. Had to make a new one, but we got it. We got her done. They're both glued up. Now we're gonna work on this, getting the wedge slots cut out for the through tenon, because this has to be done before I can drill the holes for the uprights. Because I want to be able to hold everything together. Put the pins in for the top to hold the bassinet, and then mark where my holes go for the lock pins. So we may as well move on to this, and then we'll do cleanup on those this week, most likely. Get those all finished up, and then we'll start doing the finish work on the box. We'll do cleanup and get the upper pins put in, obviously, you know. Want to see it all assembled? Hell yeah, Rumpelstiltskin. I want to see it assembled, okay? Like, I get that much, and I get, you know, now I get to look at the legs, the uprights assembled. It's like a big tease for me. So I really do think that if I set the router up, let me make sure that I have enough space that I can run my router across this and get this spot. I think I can. I got to change out router bits to a flat bit. So yeah, Nicole, when I go to the casino, which I don't go very often, but when I do, it's I take a limited amount of money with me, and then as I win, I set that money aside so that I can at least leave with what I came in with, right? If that makes sense. Like, if I go to play blackjack with, you know, $200 or $300, and I win a couple hands. Once I get my $200 or $300 back, I will. That's when I'll start betting a little stupid. You know, I'll do bigger bets. I'll take more risk with my hand, because at that point I'm not playing with my money. I'm playing with the casino's money, and I've already got what I started off with. So that's how I usually do it. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Most of the time it works out pretty good. I'm gonna get my router bits dug out here. I went and buried them all. Alright, I got my little box of router bit. It has the little tiny flat bit that I want to use. I just want to use a little 1/4 inch. Yeah, a 1/4 inch is probably too small. I'll use the 1/2 inch, that's probably fine. That'll be less passes. That's my requirement. I don't ever dip into my bank account. Once I'm at the casino, that's it. That's the money that I have. That is my disposable income. Doesn't matter if the table's feeling hot or whatever stupid shit people say. And if I end up blowing all the money that I went there with, then I blew all the money I went there with. Oh yeah, I got plenty of room. I can do this. As long as I can keep good control over my router, it should be fine. So we'll do it in small passes. That way if I mess up, it's not a big mistake. Welcome back, Tim. Box with router puller. That's a case in points. Oh, I need a bigger battery. I can't running the router on a 2 amp hour battery doesn't work out so well. Alright, so I'm going to clamp this board to the table because I want to make sure it doesn't go wandering around. Come here, clamp. No, we'll just clamp it with this. We still have to sand anyway. I don't need to squeeze really hard. I just need to make sure it doesn't walk. Found the guys that are building one of the Cobra replicas? Hell yeah. Where's the pile of beer cans? I've been throwing them in there. In the bag. Where they belong. And I emptied my bag out. So, I don't think I have any cans laying around. What up, Kizzy? Deja vu. Thanks for coming in, Colby. I appreciate it. You too, Kizzy. Me too. Alright, I'm going to give you guys as close up as a view of this as I can. Oh! So, if shit goes sideways, you'll be the first to know. Well, I'll be first. You'll probably be second. We're only doing little tiny bites. I've got a 5 amp hour on this one. I've got an 8 amp hour up there, and I think another 5 amp hour on the fan behind me. So, if anybody's wondering, there's this little yellow ring right here that I can spin. That gives me, I don't know if you can see it, it gives me measurements, okay? And there's a pointer on this ring. So I'm only going down a 16th of an inch, not even a 16th of an inch. I'm going down, oh, well, an eighth of an inch? No, a 32nd of an inch at a time. Because I don't want it to bite and tear off and cause damage. So I'm just barely getting into it. There we go. I think that, oh, I might go down another pass. There we go. That should be deep enough. Deep enough. We'll match that on the other side. So what we'll do is we'll go down to 3/16. Well, shit. We're gonna zero this because I don't remember where it was when I started. So we're gonna zero it to here. Okay, then we're going to drop it down here. So just over. What this thing calls 3/16. Oh, no, sorry. There's a second set of 3/16 on here. So pass the first 3/16 to the second 3/16. Okay. Man, the thing got toasty. And nice and warm. What up, Runic? We were just talking about you. What's the actual name of the tool then? What, this? This is a router. This is a palm router. So this is what my notch depth will be. I can get you guys to see it here. We're going to do it on both sides. Okay, right here. Ignore that. I'll take care of that. But we're going to do this on both sides. So we'll be up to about here-ish. So that'll be the thickness of the tongue that the wedge sits on. All bad, you hope? Yeah. Yeah, definitely all bad. Oh, Kizzy, you doing laundry? I'm sorry. There, and then we'll clean it up with the chisel and stuff. But for now, and I think when we do the other side, because that side I didn't start going at it with the saw. When we do the other side, I'll cut my lines with my pull saw. That way, I can get right up to the line. But for now, we'll go with this. Man, this thing got hot. Why don't we slow that down a little bit? There's no need for it to be so fast. Drop this down. Now, I know this is slow and boring for you guys, but I have to do small bites. Because then, if it bites hard and yeets off or rips chunks off, I'm kind of fucked. So... looks like probably one more pass. We will be good. All right. Alright. It's going to be where our wedge goes. I mean, obviously this needs to get cleaned up on the sides, but that's the thickness of our wedge, or tenon piece, rather. So we have plenty of meat here to push against with the wedge. The wedge will be about yay big. So I need to take a minute, let that router cool down a bit, because damn, that's hot. What up, woodchucker? Just wasting the rest of the day. Yeah, it's a bit toasty today. My thing now says it's 94. So that'll be the thickness of our like tenon portion. That's wedge, and I think that'll be fine. Let's see, how thick is that? In a second. We're 10 millimeters, or just shy of a half an inch. At least I'm assuming this is 10 millimeters. It says millimeter, and it's the distance between the two numbers. So, Alan, I always stay hydrated, buddy. And on occasion, I'll even have a little water that has no flavor with it. But I do need to step outside. 2 new vids up on Patreon. Hell yeah. I'll check them out. I did see the one. I didn't know you posted 2. Fentimeters. So I think what I'm also going to do is at the top here, I think I'm going to just notch the top out a little bit so that the wedge kind of sits in the top as well. Not a whole lot. I don't want to do a whole lot. I just want it to sit down a little bit so it's not just sitting on top. But I'm not sure if I'm going to do that yet or not. That's just one of those details that may or may not happen. And then we need to transfer all those measurements to this side. But I have to go take a wicked whiz. So you're going to have to bear with me for a moment. We're going to come in just shy of 2 1/4. Just shy of 2 1/4. Should put me about there. Are these the same length? Did I cut this off now? Can't remember. I remember I left one side a little long. Oh, they are the same length now. Okay, good. So I can just do this. Come into here. Start the line. Come into there. The tick mark. In here, and that notch, tick mark. If my math is correct, which it's probably not, but I gotta measure this way. This should be the same 10-degree angle. Hot fucking dog. God dang, look at that. I did a thing. The mobile? No. Absolutely not. Nope. Nope, nope. 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 This all of the no. I'm gonna leave this sit here kind of in the breeze of the fan while I run inside. Hey Nathan, welcome back, buddy. Wicked Wiz of the East. Yep. Alright. You guys stand here. Chat amongst yourselves. Look at this beautiful disaster. Don't look at this over here. This over here is bad. Just look at this spot. Alright. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I know. Air quality alert. I know. It's hot outside. But... All right. Chat. That's it. Alan, shoot me a text. I'll tell you what I paid for it. I'll tell you what I paid, but I can't promise that it's going to be the same price for you or anything like that if you want something. Oh yeah, 100% killed the grass. Delete peanut butter. Oh. Oh yeah, Runic does have my number. Yeah. I don't mind telling people like you things that I paid. You guys want to get rid of that comment, please? But it's not something that I would make public. Please tell me I'm marking this right. Wide end on. Okay. Whew. Goodness gracious. Well, I won't tell you what I paid, but I'm not getting just one painting, I'm getting two. So, send him your number. All right, I can do that. I can. If any of you guys have an interest in having painting done, like airbrush painting, check out Runic, right? I'm not marking it right. Fuck you. Right? Check out Runic's page. His last couple of videos have been, he's doing a sign for me. Let me hydrate the compost pile. Say my compost pile is like, I don't know, 300 feet back. And it's really hot outside. So I'd probably pass out on that walk. But again, if you guys check out the Runic Workshop's last couple of videos, he's walking us through the process of doing a sign for me. And he's showing everything from the design phase to the taping out of everything, and now he started the painting bit. So check it out. It's I don't know what you call that style, Runic. What do you call that style with the lines and stuff? Isn't that there's a name for that, isn't it? It's like what the old cars had on them back in the day, when people would do like crazy paint jobs on their cars. Oh, nuts. Not pinstriping, but there's a name for it. I know there's a name for it. I don't know what the name is, but I know there's a name for it. Oh. Pattern painting? Lowrider. Yeah, the lowrider style. Yeah. I don't know, maybe that's not the name for it, but that's what every time I see you paint, that's the thing that it reminds me of, is those, when you're doing this style of painting anyway, it reminds me of those lowriders. Oh, I wanted to go after these lines a little bit so that I could create a little bit of a relief area. Since I didn't cut this before, I don't want it to tear out. So basically I'm just breaking the surface fibers. That's really all I'm doing. I'm not going to try to cut all the way down and do all that nonsense. Messed it up. Fuck you, Colby. Never mind the number, you did something else. Alright, fine. Fine. I didn't know you wanted me to send you his number now. Or send him your number now. Alright, so I'm going to take a very light pass. Oh, no, I'm not. Fuck it. Let's send it down a good bit. YOLO! Beyond repair. New account. Look at my Cash App. Oh. Oh. Oh God. Hang on. Man, I'm fucking old. Hang on. We're gonna. We'll have you guys look at that. I don't know if you'll see anything, but. Sorry, guys. Thanks. Sorry, guys. Thanks, Alan. You didn't have to do that, buddy. I appreciate it. Damn right I'm old. Hey. 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 Respect your elders, Colby. Thank you, Alan. Thank you. Oh! Fuck's sake. Listen, alright, so... That was weird. What was weird? So, the reason I wasn't originally going to do any work on Tuesday is because I'll tell you 10 people, but don't tell anybody. Tuesday is my birthday, so that's when I become an official old man. When I swapped it around, it shut. Oh yeah, that's because I went and checked my Cash App. Alan, I don't get notifications for it for some reason, so Alan sent me Alan, so this was originally supposed to be a gift for Alan, And it is rapidly turned into Alan paying for it. So, thank you, Alan. It was definitely not, it wasn't necessary, but thank you. I appreciate it. Try to get comfortable here. That's my birthday present. Thank you. Thank you. We finishing on my sign on my birthday? Hell yeah. I mean, I'll be at work on my birthday because I go back on Tuesday, but... Oh. Get a little extra out of that? There we go. I go back on Tuesday, but... Let's be honest, I'm not going to do a whole lot. A triple smash burger? Hell yeah. You know what's funny is I thought that this was going to be done in like 3 weeks. Sure fooled me, huh? Although, it's a good way to judge how long it's going to take me to do larger projects like this in the future. Age is not defeat, merely seasoning. Thanks, Nicole. Thanks. There. So why don't we stop there? Split the difference. Really gotta go all the way around to there? Oh, yeah, okay. No, not 50. Not 50. I'll be 40. I'll be 40. What's funny is, I remember making fun of my dad when he turned 40. Feels like so long ago. So long. Alright. One more side to do, then we can do our cleanup. I gotta patch that. And I know there's a little bit of work we have to do on these, but I want it to be wedged together so that I can see if it's needed or if my stuff just wasn't sitting up against it. Because I thought that I had drawn some pretty straight lines here and then went up right to them. So I don't want to start messing with it until I can actually put the base together and find out that it's needed. Fucking randoms in here trying to start shit. In here saying I'm old enough to be Turner's dad. I'm old enough to be your dad. We'll be 49 in January. Alan will be 49 in February. God dang. God dang. We got a bunch of old fogies in here now. About to join the 40 club. About to. Alright, I need to make a couple of quick little cuts here. So pardon my... So, like I said, I just needed to break these top fibers, so I didn't have this peeling out on both sides here. Oh! Yeah, I'm about to join the 40 club. You're about to leave the 40 club. Fuck. Woodworking, technically arts and crafts. I mean, yes. Bite me. Sorry, Nicole. Sorry. Get too old for this. Getting too old for this. Ugh. Should be one more pass. Whew. All right. Man, wish you could feel how hot this thing is. You know, let the dogs out, feed time for your animals, work on writing your book some more. Hell yeah, Nicole. Thanks for popping in. Get them animals taken care of. Way more important than hanging out here. Huh. That was a lot of work. Oh. Alright, now I can do a little bit of cleanup, and you know what? I got close enough to this edge here, to my lines, that I bet I could do my cleanup with some sandpaper. A piece of sandpaper wrapped around the shit. This stuff folds over. I can get a nice corner out of this stuff. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Let's wrap that nice and tight. That's not half bad. This side. A little bit to work in there. I'm gonna move you guys over here. Drop down so you can see what I'm doing instead of just watching me. I don't know, being bent over. Whatever it is you guys are watching me do. This is my razor knife. There it is. Cut these little fibers off. don't think that's too terrible. But I should probably grab a chisel. I don't know why you guys are in my way like that. I should probably grab a chisel just to clean it up a little. NJ, what's up, NJ? How you doing? Feels more better. NJ, did Jig and Joe manage to go fishing with you the other day when after he got pulled over? All right, let me do this. There we go. Oh my. Alright, there's that one sanded. Let's get this other one taken care of. That one I'm going to have to do some chisel work on. So it was a little further away from the sides on this one. A little more nervous on how it was going to go. Oh, wow, it's a hot one today, eh? Go, that one's straighter. Spin you guys around here so you can actually see what I'm doing, at least a little bit. Beautiful. All right, let's do the other side. Random's back. I told you guys we were going to make some progress today. All you people doubting me. I mean, you had plenty of reason to doubt me, but excuse me. think we're done with that. Now, I have to decide if I want to put a dowel pin through here, or maybe even two, or if I just want to leave it. I should probably leave it. My sweaty hands are making this dirty, so I got to re-sand it. But hey, welcome back, Mrs. F. Slumber called you. Hey, see you later, Rumple. Have a good one. Is it supposed to be diagonal? Yeah. Yeah, so the wedge goes in against here, and it pushes this out against the leg. That's what holds it in place. Punch the wall. Aiden, how about you punch the wall? I mean, only if your dad's okay with it. Which, I get the sneaking suspicion you don't have to ask. Alright, so we're done with the chisels. Because the wedges, I don't need chisels for. Well, I'll need a chisel to clean it out a little bit. But, what's up, Garbin? How you doing? Thanks for coming in, I appreciate it. Alright, let's get this thing put away. Get this battery thrown up here. That'll be the next one to go on the fan. Oh. Don't get old, kids. It's not what it's cracked up to be. Whew. Now, I guess we gotta make some wedges, huh? Gotta dig down my block of black walnut that I was planning to use for this, which is, of course, buried. Still here, folks. Just got to dig out a chunk of black walnut. Ah. Black walnut chunks. I think we'll probably use this one. Oh, fire. Welcome back. Am I still breaking things? No, I think we're done breaking things. I think. We got both legs glued up. There it is. There's a second one. I think we're done. We're going to make some wedges. And I think we're going to use this piece of black walnut. Unless I got a different piece up here that I like more. But doubt it. Maybe that piece? I think that one might be too narrow though. This one's, yeah, that one's not wide enough. That'd be a pretty piece to use, but it's not wide enough. I need a little meat on either side of it to sit against the leg. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to cut a couple pieces off of here. And then we're not going to run them through the planer or anything crazy. What we're going to do is we're going to use the table saw, because this is rough sawn black walnut. We're going to use the table saw to clean that up. So we'll run it through and just skim it with the blade. I don't recommend you do it, but if you're experienced with a table saw, I'm sure you do a lot of things that you really shouldn't. What's up, Jay? How you doing? Thanks for coming in, bud. I appreciate it. Yeah, this one's not wide enough. And I don't want to go this way because the grain goes this way. So if I did it this way, A, it wouldn't be deep enough, and B, wait, is that the way I want it to go? Do I want it to go that way? This one could work if I went that way. Because then the grain would run across. No, because then I might break off at here. I want it to go this way, where the worst case scenario is it breaks this in half, which it shouldn't, because the grain goes kind of across it, right, at an angle. So it'll go down this way, which will be grain going this way. Well, grain going this way. Yeah, this is the way I want. All right. Yep. 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 Whew. Get rid of this. Let's get rid of this for the moment. Alan holds NJ. He's got to be pushing 50, right? Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah. 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 Don't do anything that I do, because it's probably the wrong way to do it, and it's dangerous. And you're going to hurt your feelings. This needs to be sanded yet, but we're not going to do that right now. He's in his 30s? Damn. I thought it was going to be a funny joke, but now I just feel like an ass. Sorry, NJ. Well, why not sand this real quick? We've already got all the stuff out. Let's throw a new piece of 220 on and sand it. We'll get that done. And we should be good to go. You lost your last feeling in the 90s? Same. I've got one left. Got one feeling left, and I've been trying to save that little bastard forever. It's not looking good, though. It's not looking good. That last feeling, it's kind of on his last leg. All right, let's get the shop back up to this. Alright. Hey Nathan, how you doing? Bill, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming in, guys. You have that feeling hidden away right next to the last spot? Yep. Yep. Yep, I sure do. What is that? This is the stretcher. It's the board that connects this leg and this leg here that are in glue up, which is the frame for this right here, the bassinet. So we got our wedges, our wedge slots cut. So now we got to make our wedges out of this here black walnut. And then and then. But I got to be honest with you folks. Oh, first of all, my concrete is damp, and I have this an end grain is sitting on the concrete, so we don't want that. We want that to sit up here. I don't want this to soak any moisture up. Huh. We'll take a little break here. Okay, you're home. Welcome home, grass. Welcome home. What happened to the weed eater? It's in my truck right now. I haven't taken it out of my truck to hang it up. It'll be back up there soon. Or probably by the end of the day. I'll go, or after I get done here, I'll grab it out. Oh, it sucked. I believe it, grass. I believe it. I like a fucking 110 out there doing pretend army things. So that'll give me a solid, I don't know. It gives me a good bit that bites that. Let's just stick a tape measure in here. That gives me a little more, 3/8 of an inch or so. Good. Grass, you know what's cold? Not this. This is fucking warm. I mean, the koozie is keeping it cold for a lot longer. But the koozie is also soaking wet right now. So. In fact, I'm pretty sure my entire shop is soaking wet right now. I gotta get a dehumidifier out here very, very soon. Oh. Alright, so I ordered a set of the bottle koozies. So what is this? I'm new here. That I quit breaking things today when I quit drinking water? Pretty much. It was the water that messed me up. You get the legs done, they are assembled. Oh, it's so cold. They are assembled, both of them. One there and one there. So, progress. And we got our wedge slots cut, sanded, trimmed. Everything's nice and pretty on both ends of the stretcher. We're about to do our wedges. So then all we have to do is like final cleanup on the uprights. And we'll clean up where the glue squeezed out, any marks and stuff that I may have put on them. Put the caps on them, which we can do anytime. We might even do the caps later. Not tonight, but yeah, we might. I don't fucking know. But we got this is final sanded, or at least assuming that I don't finger it up and ruin it. Who's that for? That is for Double A Fishing in the chat. He's having his granddaughter, and I wanted to do something. So, only takes 9 months to have a baby. Well, you know what, Grace? You know what? If they would have consulted me first, then we could have been on time. Francois sent you. 28 days, grass, or you'll have it. Barring anything stupid, but you'll have it. Your wife's pregnant. I ain't making another one. Listen, if the baby's early, that's your fault, not mine. I'm just saying. In 28 days, you'll have this. Maybe 24, maybe 29 days. She's pregnant, moving in with you, and you're paying child support? Fuck no. Fuck no. Oh. Okay, so I do have to, I gotta fill this little nick right here, and I do have to patch this little notch right here, which I'm just gonna make a little bigger, a little cleaner, and see if I can't find a piece of cherry wood stuff in there. It's something that's gonna match, and in fact, I believe that's the side that this came off of. Yeah. I bet if we just take a little piece off of here, we can glue it and tappity tap tap that in place. You know what? Let's do that right now while I'm thinking about it, because if I don't, then I'm gonna forget about it. Let's turn this around. Always bleach some birch? What the fuck am I gonna bleach birch for? Make you one? No. Nathan, no. Nathan, I'll make you one when my bank account says that you really want one. Before you go thinking that you want one, you should probably look at the price of them online. Is that top or is that bottom or top? Oh, this notch will be on the bottom. Yeah, this little notch here will be on the bottom. That was just a mistake that I had made when I was cutting I was using the table saw to get these cut down, and I went too far and hit it. And then when I was chiseling, I broke out a chunk of it. So we've got a decent match for grain right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this little corner. We're going to take a little corner off here, glue it, put it in place, and then shape it. Got my wood too far. Yeah, I got my wood too far. So we'll put it in place here, glue it, shape it down. It'll be. I'll miss you with the natty. Ain't nobody drinking natty. All right. Oh, let's see. Can I do it with the... Now, I really should use the table saw because I get a cleaner cut. Yeah, let me bring out the table saw real quick. I'm not even going to fully set it up. I'm just going to leave it folded. Put it on the ground. I just need to cut a corner off of that. Ugh. So I'm not going to have you guys watch me do this because I don't want anybody to see what I'm doing. If the camera can see it, the camera can see it. But... Alright, which piece do I want? I want... I want a corner. I want this corner. Fucking mint. Alright, let's pare this down a little bit. Ocean has entered the chat. Nope. Nope. OSHA doesn't care about me. I don't have enough money to make it worth it for him. Oh goodness, I gotta come down quite a bit. I gotta come down to like here. Alright. Okay. I wasn't doing anything. I was just running the sander, you know, doing sander things. Wasn't doing sketchy stuff at all. house right here. That's why I don't want kids. Yep. Bye, Nathan. Dropped a couple staircases as an infant. Yeah, they're not all dumbasses. There we go. I think we can make that work. Gonna be fine. Oh! All right, let's get that glued in place. Oh, battery died on that one. Oh, Jesus. I dropped my glue. Problem solved. I gotta change this battery up because, damn, it gets hot without this air moving around. Now, once this is dry, I'll clean that off and Mrs. T in here? Hey, Mr. T, how you doing? Still issues, but minimal. How do I know how to make that? What, this? No. I just figured how hard could it be? No, I've been doing woodworking for a very long time, so I learned a few tips and tricks and techniques. Whether they're right, wrong, or not, they generally get the job done. And a little bit of know-how. Like, I know what I want to do, so all I gotta do is figure out how to make it happen. Hey, Steph. Steph, look. One glue up. Second glue up. That glue up was a pain in the ass, but we got them both done. And this is now done, with the exception of, rounding over the very tips and cleaning that up. So, driving right now and hit a deer? Well, you probably shouldn't be texting while driving. Sounds like your fault. There. Now, will the grain line up perfectly here? No, if you look really good. You had to stop and clean it. if you look really good, you can you'll be able to see the grain difference in here. Like I'll show it to you guys once I get it. Once I get this, once the glue's dry and I get this taken out and trimmed down, I'll show you guys. Like my grain match won't be perfect, but it should be close enough. Last time you watched the video and commented you died. Ghost is hard. That's what got me too, Mrs. T. That's what got me too. Them damn. Ugh. Them damn ghost days. Alright, let me move a couple things here so that I have a place to put stuff. Get a couple of these things cleaned up. And at least a little bit organized. And then we'll cut our wedges. And we've got enough wood there that I should be able to try 3 or 4 times before I've got to switch to a different piece and then try 3 or 4 more times. Alright. I got some stuff cleaned up. I'm going to have to plug in I should probably plug in my rapid charger. At the rate I'm burning through batteries for the fan. And I don't even have it on high. I'm just burning through batteries. Take that one off the slow charger and put it on the rapid charger. Man, that charger is hot. Alright. I don't know who put this table saw out here, but this thing can go away now. Oh, no I can't. I need it. Oh, fuck me. Somebody's got to cut these blocks. Check chat history. You're definitely not. Just didn't catch on. God damn it, grass. Fucking kids. Alright. So, we need a wedge. This wide. Right? That wide. Fuck it. Oh, we can do that. Why not? So we want it to be, oh, probably at least 4 inches long. Let's shoot for 5 inches. Just be on the safe side. The baby's already gotten too big for it. Listen. If they would have talked to me and let me know that they were going to have a baby in a year or two, then we wouldn't be in a time crunch, okay? We might be almost done. But they didn't. They didn't. 5 inch. Put that little thing right there. I gotta make a square cut here first. It's definitely not square. Oh god. Two 5-inch blocks that are going to get pared down for wedges. With that running, when I hit the table saw, you guys see the lights dim? I really got to get my power hooked up out here. Really do. What's up, Large Family Homestead? How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. I'm good. I'm good. Alright, now we're going to use the table saw to clean up the sides of this a little bit, so it's going to get a little sketchy. Because I don't really want to run this through the jointer. I mean, I suppose I could. It'd probably be easier, faster. No, because I'm not going to get both sides the same. That's just going to be, it's going to be easier to run it through the saw here. Don't do what I do, kids. Don't do this. Sent me a pic. Oh, pic of the I don't have a picture from you, unless it's in my Snapchat. I did get a notification I used 100 gigabytes of data, which I find weird because my plan reset yesterday. Also, unlimited data, so they should probably go ahead and fuck off. That was just to knock the roughness off. Now we're gonna obviously have to sand it, but at least we have our wedges. They need to be at a 10-degree angle. Safety, yeah. You do things right the first time, you don't have to do them a second time. I know. But I didn't have to do them a second time. I just needed 2 wedges. These are the wedges. Well, they're going to be the wedges. 7 more likes for 100. Hells yeah. Hells to the yeah. Alright. So what I want is I'm going to sand this so I have a nice pretty back. Nice and smooth like. And then we're going to make our 10-degree angle. And we're going to do a 10-degree, but we're going to start from right about here. And we're going to come out 10 degrees this way. So, I have a gauge. Oh, needs to go that way. See if I can eyeball this to where it'll be. Oh, fuck's sake. I guess I gotta do it from the top. So be looking at something like that. Okay. And then we're gonna have a notch in the middle that'll fit this little tenon that we did. Hi, Ashley Oakley, how you doing? And then, so we'll have a slot here, and then we'll do some round over nonsense up here, right? It's not sending to my phone for whatever reason. I don't know. I should probably connect to Wi-Fi, but I don't want to. Also, let's see, how hot is my phone? Because you said hi, Ashley Oakley. That's why I said hi. This kid already graduated college. My phone's not that hot. It's warm, but that router was way hotter. Listen, Zyro. Kid graduates high school or college, then fucking give her hell, grass. If the kid's already graduated, then she's gonna be having a kid anyway, so she'll need it. Not you, the other dude in chat. He said hi to you. Like that. Good fucking God. Really? This is your first time in a chat? Like, are you new? Good Lord. Where's my damn thing? Where my... Oh, I already hung it up. Son of a bitch. Alright. How far down do I want it to go? I want it to come out a little bit. So we're going to come in probably about 3/4 of an inch. I should probably sand one side of this flat, right? That probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm taking that foam pad off my sander though. Fucking foam pad is junk for trying to sand flat. Where's my sander? Here it is. Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this laid out. Yeah, sure stuff. Belt sander? Nah. Now I'm going to use my hand sander here. I can get a better flat with this than I can with that. But I can't get a flat with that foam pad on. I got to use the regular pad that's here that has like no give. You feel guilty climbing a teen mom? Ha ha! Where's my 150 grit? Let's start with 150. There it is. Why so many trolls? Give up. We're about to start our troll session a little early here. I'm gonna lay these out, and I think I'm gonna call her a day. I'm hot as fuck. I just want to drink, and I feel really good about the progress we made. All right, like I think we've done a lot. I do. I say we, like I did anything. It was all you guys. There. So that's where I want it to go. So we want to start off at like 3/4 of an inch. With a little tick mark. And then we want to this out 10 degrees, which is what it's set at. I don't know if I like going to 3/4 of an inch. Now I need to. It's got to stick out a little bit. So it'd be this side of the wedge. I don't know if I like 3/4. That means I might have to shove it up too far. Giggity. Oh goodness, 3/4 is way too small. I need to start off at like here. Alright, let's start here. Let's split the difference. You know what? We're going to start here at this one and work our way over if we need to. Now, bandsaw time? Something on the grill? Hell yeah. Get after it. Oh. Get bandsaw fired up. Alright, I gotta go wider. Or I gotta go smaller, rather. You want this wedge of black walnut? Much more gooder. That's the size of the wedge. I mean, obviously I got to sand it flat. I'm not going to leave it looking all goofy. That'll be the wedge. It fits in there nice. I mean, there'll be a notch in it, but it fits in there nice. And with the leg, if the leg's not, because the leg, there's going to be a bit of a gap here, so this will be pressing against the leg, not this. So the wedge should sit right about there. And then be able to account for expansion and contraction, so. You're welcome, random. You're welcome. So, there we are. There we are. There's the start of our wedge. Or should I go a little smaller? So that I don't have any chance of it being sticking out or being flush. It would always be sticking out. Probably should go a little smaller, huh? Maybe to that first line where I initially thought that I wanted to start off at 3/4 of an inch. But the reason I'm using this wood is because the grain kind of goes across, right? I mean, it's going at an angle, but it's not going this way, which would allow it to split. I mean, ideally it would be going flat across the wedge, but this is about as close as I could get to it. So, let me see if I can't get this next little sheet sawn off of here. Don't really know if I want to. I mean, I kind of do. Kind of do. But I could probably just sand it with the belt sander over there. And get it half that distance. I think that's what I'll do. I'll just sand it, get half that distance. Alright. So now, we can lay this out. I'm going to use this end. So let's find the middle of this. How wide is this? Didn't even look. Come on, damn it. Roll! Oh, fuck. There we go. God bless it. Oh, 3 3/4. That should be middle. Oh, that's middle. Okay. And then this is so we're going to make our slot just under 1/2 inch wide. And we'll probably run it up. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, that should be fine. 3 1/4 inches. That should account for expansion and contraction. Line a little off there. I go to there. That's more gooder. Let's do some more band sound, shall we? Okay, a little cleanup on the table saw. And we should have ourselves part of a wedge. Or at least a rough out wedge. And then I think I'm going to call it for woodworking tonight. Because it's been a long fucking day. Super sketchy. Don't ever do any of that. But there's our wedge. Flip those backwards. There's our wedge. Oh, for fuck's sake. See ya. What's up, Hinton? How you doing? Now, I mean, I gotta round the top over, obviously, but I can't do that right there. But it's a nice, pretty fit for a roughed out wedge. Obviously, we're gonna shape it. Nothing on this thing is square, so I ain't gonna be pretty. And there's plenty there where it grabs the. It's pushing against this. I don't think we'll ever have to worry about it blowing off. Unless Alan gets after it with a big hammer. But I think that is where we are calling the woodworking for tonight. I know it's not 8 o'clock. We're an hour early. Fucking sue me. It's hot. We've been at it all day. And now I just want to drink. Although I suppose I could run this one through and get the notch cut out real quick. Probably could do that. Get a drink? Yeah. Let me run this through real fast and get the notch cut out before I wedge it. Because while I have the table saw set up, that's a smart idea. Okay, one minute. I should only need to make like 2 passes here. There. So now I got the sides cut out. Fits on that one. Should fit on that one if it fits on that one. Ah, that one's a little tighter. That's fine. We can open it up a notch more with some sanding. But for now, we're gonna call her good. I'm gonna unplug my saw, get a drink, fucking hang out for a minute. Oh, Jesus. Oh. I want to plug my compressor in. I guess this is just gonna have to do. Alright, move that fan over closer. Oh, so much better. Let's get this stuff. Before I forget what I'm doing, that's the flat side. marked out. I can cut that out tomorrow morning when I come out. Alan, what would you rather see? Would you rather me start putting finish on the upright, on the support stuff, once I get this all cleaned up, or would you rather me just start getting the box itself done? At least if we hear catastrophic failure, won't see it, right? Right? No catastrophic failure, though. Although, even though it was only this wide, right? What is that? I don't know. 2 inches wide. I just went through it one pass with, you know, each one of those cuts there. Man, that blade is due for a cleaning because she smoked a bit and blew that shit right in my face. You start figuring dinner, steak and mashed taters. All right, but next Sunday or next Saturday, you and I are having some. You and I are having some venison steak. And no, I'm not gonna bread it and do any of that other bullshit. Salt, pepper, butter. That's all you're getting. Proper way to eat a steak. Whatever's easier. Well, once we put finish on, then we can't sand or anything. At least not until the finish starts to set up and cure. So, it'd probably be smarter to get all this stuff done and ready to put finish on and put it somewhere it can't get damaged, probably up on the lumber rack. God blessed hiccups. And then start working on the bassinet box. I seem like a heathen. I never bred my venison. Hey, some fucking weird people out there want their venison breaded for some ungodly reason. Hey, every time somebody, you know, goes, oh hey, you wanna some back straps or tenderloins from this deer I got? Come on over, and it's all fucking breaded, like deep fried. Come on, man. Fuck's sake. What's up, Cobra? How you doing? You do use garlic powder? Meh. I could probably do a little garlic powder on it. Ain't nothing wrong with some garlic. So the last time I did venison steak, what I did was I cooked them on the grill, right? But I made so I did like a quick fry of them on the grill to get some nice char marks and start sealing it, or searing it, I guess. And then I made a like an aluminum foil packet, and I put my venison in there with some butter, some salt, pepper, a little bit of what did I put in there? Parsley, oregano, something like that, and some garlic cloves, some minced garlic cloves. And sealed it up, let it cook like that for a little bit till the, you know, the butter and stuff had a chance to get into it, and then brought it out and finished it on the grill. Beautiful, medium rare. Yep, as God intended. And man, it was delicious. I'm bringing meat there. Ugh. You're not going to eat venison steaks, are you? Really, Steph? Really? If you're going to eat it, I'll bring some. I got a couple packages of them in there. Done working for the night? Yep, Tim, we're calling her a night. We're done working. We got this done. We got a wedge rough cut that fits. We got this wedge kind of laid out. Right? We got the legs done, or at least assembled. A little bit of cleanup yet, but I think we did enough today. Broke a leg, had to fix it, get a new one, build a new one. Stressful. It was a stressful day. Stressful day. We should get moose T-bones. Oh man, moose would be nice. AC still messed up. I thought the guy fixed it. Let me make sure my chat's not frozen. Steph, are you actually going to eat venison steak? I mean, I know you like jerky, but I don't think I've ever asked you if you eat proper venison. It's not getting better. Well, yeah, once it starts leaking, they don't generally just stop leaking. I mean, they do when the system's empty. No, you're not? Oh. You know, like, have you ever had venison other than jerky? I mean, if you want me to overcook it, I can overcook it for you. That's fine. Alright, bro. Good luck getting that fixed. Now's a shit time to not have AC. Yeah, Saturday is a fire at your house. We're also got to eat dinner. You also have a grill. I can bring said steaks to your house. We can have a fire. The four of us can chill. And eventually, when one of us is sober enough, we can fire up the grill. What else do I make with it? That's going to be up to Steph. Whatever she wants to make with it. I'm generally just a meat and potatoes kind of guy. Or pasta. Deer is only good as jerky. Alright, well then you're on your own. For steak. $75? $75? Temp's gone down a little bit here. It's only 92. So I had a nicotine pouch in, and I'm not sure if I swallowed it or threw it out. Lower than 80 at night? That's fucking beautiful. Listen, I know I sound like I'm complaining. But I'm not. I love the summer. It's my favorite time of the year. Spring, summer, fall. You know, you get that mix of temps. I like to be able to go outside and do things. If it's chilly, I can sit by a fire, have a good night. If there's 3 feet of snow, I'm not interested in sitting by a fucking fire. 10 or 11. Aight. What's up, Mike? Everyone's on lives? Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit! I was gonna put up a live stream over here so I could throw in some support. Holy shit. Alright, I got Old Path playing. I think he was the one I said I would play. My favorite dipping tobacco. I don't dip. Yeah, everybody. I fired up my account over there on the laptop. Jesus. There are like 700 people live. Oh, good lord. Why were the race reactions ended? Sure, Mike, I'm always down for a good laugh. I've been sweating my ass off all day. Make me chuckle. Oh, that's right. This is oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. 3.5 hours on a live, did all sorts of jigs and projects. It was set to private. Wait, when you end a live, it is private. You have to edit it and change it to public. Or did you start the live as a private? Like, did nobody come in? Sorry, I didn't know you were live. I mean, I've been working on this shit all day, so. Alright, Tim. Sorry to hear that, man. I forgot Old Path does like a... Well, fuck, if I had known you were live, I'd at least brought you up on the laptop. It was like Old Path's Sunday night kind of scripture thing. Like a... Oh, what do they call that? The fellowship. First time you were vertical? Oh man, you should have had more than that. Hey, Acer. Asser. How about you go fuck yourself, buddy? Ain't got time for your nonsense today. Be productive with your life. You come from the south? No, sir. Ma'am, whatever the hell your name is. Yeah, doing a little fellowship thing. I gotta pop in, share a little support. You know, he spends time. I try to help. I try to get in and spend time in everybody's live streams because y'all come in here. Let a man be silly. Well, don't say stupid shit. Do I look like a fucking twink? No. Don't say stupid shit. You gotta be intelligent. Did you see the rules? Did the rules thing pop up? Be intelligent? Come on. Come on. Grass. Lucky we started this shit. We started this shit an hour early. You gotta call Rickard? Alright, bro. Alright. Rickard's not live, is he? I mean, I'm gonna hang out and hold pass for a bit. Leave him up on the laptop, and then I'll hop into another one. There's so many live streams tonight. So many. Bigger? Bigger? And I'm a pretty big guy. I don't know how much bigger I can get. Look, we got a wedge. I mean, seems like a good day. Oh, fuck. So inbred your family tree is a wreath. Yes, Steph. Yes. Steph not in here? Oh, she sent me a picture of the fire pit all mulched around it. That was funny, but I'm unintelligent. No, so you don't understand that that was directed at you. I mean, intelligence. If he's gonna troll me, it's gonna be something directed at me, and it's not gonna be something. Family tree wreath. Oh Lord, I can't. Old Path, I'm sorry, buddy, but I can't listen to this while I'm trying to do this. Look like my cousin is my sister. What's this channel about? We do woodworking. Currently, we're building a bassinet, which is this thing back here, and the supports for it, which is this and this and this. So we do woodworking, and then after we're done woodworking for the night, we hop around and shoot the breeze. All right, Steph. Just proving me. Well, thanks, Chrissy. Thanks for popping in. Gringo! Yep, after we call it a night, it's usually about 8 o'clock Eastern. We call it a night. Tonight we did it a little early. I've been at it all day. And it's hot, and I'm hungry. Or, I'm not hungry, I'm thirsty. We made a lot of progress tonight. But I can't do Troll Night while Old Path is doing Bible study. So I'm going to have to go switch to a different live. So give me 1 minute. I'm still here, guys. Hang on. Hang on. this wall. I threw Turner up on the laptop now. There's a ton of people in the other people's streams, so we got Creppin' Man Jigs over here now. He's hanging out right there. Making Long Island's fucking right we are. Why not? And some rum and coke. Why not? I haven't had rum and coke in a long time. I haven't had Long Island's in a long time. Though, gotta be honest, sitting by a fire, sipping some old fashions. Maybe I'll start the night with old fashions, because if I'm gonna get a little tipsy, it's a lot of work to make an old fashioned. You know, when you're not all there. So, great vibes. Thanks, Chrissy. I appreciate that. Come hang out with us while we're actually doing some woodwork. We got a little bit going on in the chat. Right now, everybody's kind of thinned out, going to a whole bunch of different chats and stuff. So, we got everybody in the circle is live right now. So. Monsters will kill you. He said water will kill you too. I agree, Turner. I agree. Water's bad for you. It's got to at least have flavor. Are we one thumbs up away from 100? Oh my. Oh my. Well, I don't know. We're getting a whole lot of trolling tonight. Everybody seems to be all fucked off doing other shit. Your screen shows 100? Well, you know what? Alright, here's what I'm going to do. Give me 1 second, gringo. Sorry you missed my answer. Hold on 1 second, Grass. 1 second. There we go. Alright, so I'll probably start the night off with some old fashions, but yeah, I'm down for some Long Islands and some rum and cokes. As the night progresses, if I'm gonna get tipsy, I generally my drinks tend to get easier to make. You know what I should have done? I got this damn pickle here. When Alan sent me that Cash App, I should have got my jig on it. This poor pickle doesn't get used near enough. Near enough. Oh, fuck, guys. Hey, look, now it says 100. Alright, so I'll probably leave this roll for, I don't know, another few minutes. And then I'm going to end up hopping off into some other chats, hanging out with some other peeps, inside, in the AC. Alright, fine. Fine. I'll get some. Text me the whiskey that you prefer, or whatever, for Jack and Cokes. I mean, unless you just want Jack, I mean, fucking pick up another fifth of Jack. Way to go, Alan. Way to go. Oh my. Either Evan Williams or just Jack. There. Alright. I'm gonna let it run till like 7:30, and then we're gonna end up hopping off. I got an air conditioner in the house, and then I'm gonna hang out with some people's streams, probably Turners, a couple of woodworkers, bounce around a little bit, show some support, and then Steph is cooking me dinner, so I'm gonna let it run for one more drink. We'll go with that. One more. You know what, Grass? Have you seen that fire pit? Have you seen that fire pit? Steph owes me a month of dinner. Alright? Like, a fucking month. That was so much work. I spent my entire Friday over there. Burned the shit out of my neck. Alright? I'm a pasty white guy. I got sunburn all over. Talk less, work more. Hey, we got our wedges. One of them's fitted. It needs to be like fine-tuned, but it fits. We got this one laid out. We'll get that done tomorrow. We'll get both wedges done tomorrow. We'll get those uprights cleaned up tomorrow. All right, Alan, have a good one, buddy. I appreciate you, man. Thank you again. Thank you. Definitely didn't have to, but I appreciate it. Yeah, that was a lot of fucking work, Grass. That was a lot of work. Steph did help. She did help a little bit. But them blocks around the outside, them shits weigh 20 pounds a piece. That was a lot of moving blocks after I was already tired. It was exhausting. Exhausting. But it came out right. You know what else I'm going to be doing? Is when I do my fire pit out here, I'm not doing blocks around it. I'm going to do landscape timbers around it. Fuck that hauling rocks from here through the yard all the way back there. Ain't happening. You had a week of that 2 days ago? Oh, poor baby. What's up, Christy? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Oh man. But it was worth it. It looks nice. It got her yard looking nice. She's got to take care of it now, so I've got to do the same for mine, but I got to put in a drain pipe too. Because where my fire pit is, it's kind of a low point. So water comes down off the neighbor's yard, through my yard, on this side of my fire pit, and like a 12, 15 foot wide area turns into a swamp, and then straight down through my yard, all the way down, just through the fire pit area and everything. So I got to do a little digging. I got to put in a pipe, get that water collected and shot out. You know, I'm just going to open air it, or daylight it, whatever you call it. But how am I? I'm doing really good. Thank you for asking, Christy. Thank you for asking. We did some really good progress on our bassinet build, which is this thing right here, right there, the bassinet, and we got the legs done. Well, they're together anyway. I got to do some touch-up work on them, but we got the stretcher that goes between the two legs here. That's done. We got one of the wedges roughed out, so that'll go in there. Pinch this down to the leg. We got the other one partially. We got it laid out at least, so. Yeah, well, Grass, you got like a herd of people to do that shit. I didn't sign up for this, okay? So her dinner tonight better be banging. Because she made me dinner on Friday, and it was, I mean, it was on point, but I was so hungry I'd have eaten a snail. It wouldn't have mattered. It would have been delicious. I have a gift to build things. Thank you, Christy. I appreciate that. Thank you. I try. I try my best. I'm a firm believer that if you can't put your all into it and make it worth your time and make it the best you can do, then it isn't worth doing. It isn't worth making. A screen door on the submarine. Did it at least have like Flex Seal on it? Because that had kept it afloat or airtight, whatever. Turner's over here slapping that pickle, going all crazy. Well, Christy, if you tune in again, I usually go live Tuesdays, Thursdays, and then either a Saturday or a Sunday. We'll do a most of the day stream where we'll actually build. But we call it a night at 8 p.m. Eastern. Tonight we called it early because it's been a long day and it's hot. So we called it an hour early. But we made good progress, so it was okay. Now tomorrow, this weekend, I'll be going live tomorrow as well, because I don't have to work at my day job, so we'll get more of this done. I can't promise it's going to be exciting. Can't promise anybody's going to enjoy it, but we'll be here. So, thanks, Christy. You too. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Straight screen door. Oof. You get him to listen, Grass. I used to work for a tent company. You know how heavy them fucking big ass tents are? We had to put those bastards up. Some of them we actually had to use a skid steer to get some of the poles up, because you can only get so many people on one of them big ass poles. Swinging the 20-pound sledgehammer all day. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for stopping by and checking it out, Christy. I appreciate it. Giggity. Although, back in them days, I should probably start swinging a 20-pound sledge again. I don't know, get a tractor tire or something in my yard. Back in them days, that was ripped. How long are we? Bye, Christy. Thanks for stopping by. We got a wedge roughed out. We got the other one marked up, laid out. That'll fit in there. So this part is done. We got our goofed up area. We got that plugged up. So I'll clean that up tomorrow. Both legs are glued up. They just need the final cleaning and touch-up work, and then they'll be ready to punch holes in. I'll probably glue the caps on them tomorrow, because, you know, why not? Yeah, I think we made really good progress. So tomorrow we're going to finish this stuff up. We're going to get these wedges done. We're going to get the legs finished up. And then we're going to start working on the box, getting that layout proper. I got to put in the rails that the base is going to sit on. Or not the base, but the bottom of the bassinet, like the floor. I got to put in rails that the floor will sit on. I got to put in some black walnut trim on the four corners. I got to make some essentially quarter round black walnut trim for the inside, because I don't want a sharp corner there. I want it to be a nice round over. So yeah, we'll do all right. The outside, I don't know if you guys have seen it. This is what the outside. I've had this piece, like it was a big chunk, and I've worked it down over the years. Well, over the months, I guess. But this this is what I have left of it. And I want to use this as the accent pieces on that, because I really wanted to use super figured black walnut and on the panels, and I didn't. So we're gonna put little strips of this on. And that'll give you an idea what it looks like. Oh, that's edge grain. So there's the end grain, or edge grain. I don't know if the camera does it justice, but it's super pretty. Super pretty. But this is what we're going to use as the corner kind of highlight material. We're going to run some super fine strips down on the table saw. And, well, not super fine. We're going to run them at a 1/4 inch. And a little heavy because I do got to sand them to get a nice smooth finish. So we're going to run them at a 1/4 inch-ish. We're going to route a 1/4 inch strip down where the end meets the sides of the bassinet. We're going to route a 1/4 inch strip right there. And we're going to insert some black walnut, some of that high figured black walnut in there. The chip out on that stretcher. I mean, this piece here. So all I did was I found a piece where the grain is going to be sort of matching, right? It might line up, and I got it glued in. Oh no, I don't. I must have bumped it while it was drying. Hang on, I gotta get some more glue in there. Peel all the glue out. Anyway, so you get this thing glued up in there and pressed into place, and then you just run it down with your chisel, hand plane, whatever. There we go. Alright. That'll hold up in there now. Sorry, I must have, when I flipped it over, I must have knocked it out. What caused it? Okay, so what caused it was when I was running, I was cutting these strips off on the table saw to get nice straight lines, and I went too far, and I got in here a little bit, and then when I was chiseling it, I was chiseling from the top. I didn't fill it yet, and it just knocked a chunk out. The boo-hoo. Missed that one. That one was a while ago. That one was when I was shaping the ends. So that was I don't know, a week ago? 2 weeks ago? Yeah. I ran it too far forward. I didn't stop in time. Excuse me. So all the other sides that I cut, I had stopped plenty short. Except for that one. Went too deep. Yeah, she's never said that. Definitely never said that. I mean, not to me. But now we got our piece in there. And I'm not moving it around, doing shit with it, knocking it out. Like, I must have moved it around a lot because all the glue was kind of pushed out to the sides. There wasn't any glue inside there, and I literally put glue in there. So, But now we got a bunch of glue in there. We'll be fine. So I'll go through and I'll trim that off and I'll shape it to match, and it'll be noticeable. If you look for it, you'll find it. But talking fracking, I mean, if you look for it, you'll find it. Like once I get it shaped out and shit, I'll show you guys. Like I'll point it out. You'll never get it perfect, but close is close. Close is better than a big gap. Giggity. Absolutely talking about fracking, Rumple. Absolutely. I thought you were going to bed or something. Aren't you sleepy? No, not you, Grass. I meant Rumple. Been working on the garage all day? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's been all day. We called it quits at about 7 o'clock my time. So about a half hour ago. It's good content. Thank you, Tommy. Appreciate that. You slept for a while? I mean, with a name like that, I feel like you should have slept a long time. Isn't Rumpelstiltskin the one that sleeps all the time? Forever? Whatever. If you guys tune in tomorrow, we'll be going at it all day again. You got your sub? Thanks, Davey. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But tomorrow we'll be going at it all day again. We got a lot of work to do, and half of that boo-boo would have been hidden by joints. I mean, yeah. But it would have still been there. I would have known it was there. And if I know it's messed up and I don't at least attempt to fix it to make it less noticeable, then I'm not going to be happy with it. Is Nathan finally hidden? I have no idea. He might have gotten hidden a while ago. Or at least timed out. Or he just got bored and left. It's a German tale, but you're in India? I know a guy in India. His name is Raja. He's got a woodworking channel. He does a lot of turning. He's really fast at it too. Good Lord, that boy's fast. Time down for 5 minutes. He probably got bored in that 5 minutes and left. Listen, I'll be honest, I don't remember what happened in chat 15 minutes ago, so I'm definitely not going to remember what that guy said to get timed out. Oh, my floor is so damp. Oh, it's so damp. So everywhere there's sawdust, or you ragged them too much, right? Everywhere there's sawdust, like, look, you can see there's this like darker line here on this cherry sawdust, or whatever that is right there. That darker line is because the sawdust is wet. So that's ass being loose. Like my whole floor is just condensation. So I may have to grab one of the dehumidifiers and bring it out here, because this much moisture in the air isn't good for the wood. Yeah, sweep that floor. I ain't sweeping this. I'm gonna wait for this to dry up. Hopefully it dries up tonight. I'll come out before I start my live. I'll get the floor swept up. Giggity. I mean, moisture's always good for the wood, but not this wood. This wood likes it dry. Now the thing that's going to really suck is, so here's the thing with wood, this wood, grass, it'll always absorb and lose moisture. And it always expands and contracts. Now wood will expand and contract this way. So it'll expand and contract across the grain. Not so much this way, or I guess with the grain. No, wait. No, it'll expand and contract with this way. No, across the grain, rather. I'm sorry. This way, it'll expand and contract more than it will expand this way, and more than it'll expand lengthwise. And that's also where it'll contract. But if I build it and seal it in really high humidity, that means it's going to trap that humidity in there. Now, all finishes, except for like epoxy, are porous on some level. So it does help regulate the expansion and contraction, the moisture loss. But since I built most of this while it was really dry in here, I think we'll be okay. Because it can't contract down from here, from this point, contract down and break glue joints. But you're never going to stop wood from moving. You can't do it. It's impossible. But the finish, once you get a finish on it, it does highly regulate how much moisture gets absorbed and lost. I'd like to get yours wet. Yeah. I mean, I like the wood in this shop dry. I don't know about anything else. Any varnish? I'm going to put a hard wax oil on everything. But that's the only chew-safe finish that I could find that's going to give me the appearance that I want. And not stop the cherry wood from darkening over time. Because cherry will naturally darken over time, and I want this to be able to darken as it ages. Welcome back, Tommy Benson. Welcome back. How was my Sunday? It was very good. It was hot as hell. But we were very productive. We got a lot done. All of the big shit is done now. So now it's just kind of minor little touch-ups and stuff. Show you? Alright. So we fixed our little tear out piece here, right? Waiting for that to dry. We roughed out our wedges. Well, we roughed out one wedge. Oh. It doesn't go on this one. This one's the one that's bigger. It goes on this other side. But we roughed out a wedge. Got the other one laid out. We got both legs glued up. Right? So they're just sitting here dry. They're probably already dry. And then, so tomorrow we'll be finishing up the stand portion and start working on the box, getting that finished up. Let's see, this is what the legs look like. This is what the legs look like. This is where this will go, right? But so we're gonna put a cap on it tomorrow, and we're gonna, once we have all the cleanup and stuff done on it, and we're ready for it to be done, we'll put our hole through here, put our dowel in it with our wedge, and Actually, that's going to be the outside, the face. So the pin will stick out in there, and that's what will hook into the bassinet itself. Broke one of the black walnut chunks, so put a bush latte. Yep, bush latte. Yeah, I wanted to get it mostly done this weekend. I really did. I wanted to be done with it and ready for finish. But I think tomorrow, if I really put in some work and I don't have any unexpected issues, I think we'll be done. Like, I've got to put in the 4 corner pieces of trim. I got to do final sanding on the box. I got to clean up the legs, make sure they're all done and ready. We got to finish our wedges. Do our little bit of round over on these tenons. Clean this piece up once it dries. And put our pegs in. And that's pretty much it. Pretty much it. There's not a whole lot left to do. It's clean up on the box. Put the 4 corner pieces of trim in. And final sand. And then the box is done. And put the base in the box. We got to put the base in. Which is simple. I'm just going to put 2 rails in for the base, the plywood to sit on. I've got the plywood sitting back there. We'll put the plywood in there for it to sit on. We'll anchor the plywood down with screws so that if anything happens, Alan can replace it. So hopefully tomorrow we are all but done. All but done. Thanks, Tommy. I appreciate that. It's 95 today in Philly? Yeah, I believe it. Couldn't make a sandwich? Nope. Nope. YouTube, don't ban me. But I'm saying this as a joke, YouTube. Couldn't make a sandwich. Because I'm not in the kitchen. Because I'm a man. Just saying. Just saying. It was a joke. Calm the fuck down. You're not wrong. I mean, it's not a kitchen. Can't make a sandwich here. Also, thanks, Steve. I appreciate that, buddy. There's really not a whole lot left. There's not a whole lot left. Oh, I was joking. Joking. Don't ban me, YouTube. I promise I didn't mean it. But I think I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to put that battery on the slow charger, pull off the other ones, shut the shop down, and go sit in the AC for a little bit and hang out in some other streams. So thanks, guys, for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. And we'll be back at it tomorrow. So, see you guys. Thank you.